Right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the show, Anglo Gang 24. We're here every Thursday, 7 o'clock, laid back stream, talking about the news, talking about what's going on. This is a Peace and Love live stream. We're against violence. This is your trigger warning. We believe in freedom of speech, and we just like to talk about interesting things that are going on in the news, and that's all. And this week we've got lots of interesting news. Basically, this whole week is a Trump news week. So we've got Trump. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I had this all in the notes. Oh, there it goes. We have Trump goes to McDonald's. We have new groping allegations against Trump. We've got Trump going on Joe Rogan tomorrow. We've got Kamala calling Trump a Nazi. People got complaining about it. We've got the Trump Labour interference thing going on. Labour Party sending people over to America to interfere in the election. And the Labour Party, we've also got Labour Party waging war against Elon Musk. And in England, we've got the Cabba story. I don't know much about it, but some black dude got shot by a police officer and it went to court and it's got let off. Nobody really seems to care. Everyone's tired of Black Lives Matter. But anyway, that's a news story we'll talk about. And we've also got protesters singing Not My King. And we've got the Chinese president preparing for war. Don't know what the hell that means, if that's just a nothing burger or not. Oh, and then the other Trump story is the Al Turner meal. So we're talking about all that. That's the news. That's what we're going to go through. And we've got a special guest called Big Tech who's going to come on, but we don't exactly know how this is going to work because he's streaming over on Kick. And he's going to join, and then there's going to be some weird double stream thing going on. I don't know. But anyway, SJJ, how's it going, bro?
Yeah, it's going good. So I've invited Big Tech this week. Somebody messaged me and let me know that he'd played some of my goofy videos from a long time ago. So Brutus had said to me, look, just invite, come on, dude, get some guests on the show, invite anybody on. So Big Tech seems like an interesting guy. So, yeah, he's going to come on. It should be interesting. We've got to reach out, build bridges, etc. So,
Networking.
Networking. That's the key to building an audience, to growing, to being able to get other guests and stuff, isn't it? It's what you're telling me anyway.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, we need a fixer, to be honest with you. Anybody wants to be a fixer, like... go ahead. This will be a valuable contribution to the community. I remember back in the day, like 3, 4, 5 years ago when I was streaming, there used to be fixers in the alt-right. And you used to be able to send them a message and they'd say, oh, I'll get you in contact with this guest and that guest and they'd come on the show and blah, blah, blah. I don't know anybody anymore, you know. And I've asked people to do this and they don't want to do it. But, you know, if you're bored, you spend a lot of time on the internet, that's a good service. You could be a secretary. I like to believe this is a voluntary movement. It's a voluntary movement and nobody's getting paid and it's a hobby. And my opinion is that if you're a cog in the machine, you're just going to feel more useful, essentially. You'll feel like you'll feel connected to your fellow internet anons. You'll feel like you're useful. You'll feel like you're contributing. You'll feel like you're doing something. And that will make you happier, I think.
Have you heard of the butterfly effect?
Yeah.
This is... I love to think about this. The idea that... I mean, it's kind of nonsense on the micro scale, but the idea that a butterfly's wings flapping over on one side of the world could theoretically start like vibrations in the wind and movement that could eventually like create a hurricane on the other side of the world. And this is like an analogy for... the idea that small actions somewhere that seem insignificant at the time, down the line could reverberate to become something much, much bigger. And so this is the idea. When people think there's no hope, there's no way that I can contribute, that I can do anything, then think of the butterfly effect.
Yeah. Yeah, think of Lenin, who used to like give speeches to like 10 people. And everyone thought he was crazy. And then he like took over Russia. Not that we want to copy him, of course, because he was a psychopath. But nonetheless, ideas do have a habit of spreading like wildfire, you know. and maybe it seems like not many people are listening now. But I've watched the changes over the last 8 years on the internet. Like everyone's talking about demographics now. I mean, the people are talking about re-immigration. That's gone. I wouldn't say it's gone mainstream, but it kind of has, because the Swedes of all people are like literally kicking people out. So, this stuff works, right? We may just be foot soldiers in a larger army, but in order to win a war, you need your foot soldiers. You know what I mean? And so there's always room to contribute. There's always roles that need to be played. We need people that make memes. We need people that make videos. We need people that just do stuff on Twitter or whatever.
Maybe you should do the pitch now. You're looking for somebody to do an intro video, aren't you?
Yeah, if anyone wants to. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
What about that
Anglo
robot guy?
Yeah, I asked him and he didn't do it.
Oh, robot, fucking hell, dude! Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Worst case scenario, I can probably put something together, but it's such a ball ache when you're not good at video editing. You need somebody who this is what they do all the time. They love doing it, and they're like, "Hey, whoa, I want to make a cool video. My video is going to be at the front of this podcast, and I'm gonna get a kick out of that."
Yeah, I can't be asked.
So if that's you out there,
yeah,
do it.
Yeah, I can't be asked. It's also like, I don't know. I mean, like we've talked about this before, but the show's kind of, one way that this show works is that it is just a laid back stream, and it is just a hobby, and it is just once a week. And because it's laid back and it's low pressure, that means that we keep it going. Whereas if it was like high pressure, high intensity, then it'll get stressful. And if it's stressful, you don't look forward to it, because then it's work.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas I actually quite look.
Yeah, I'd have packed it in already. I was saying, if it was pressure, that's what it's like being ADHD. Things get too much on top, and you just like, fuck this. You put your head in the sand. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's like, I've got 2 full-time jobs, really, to be honest with you, and this is just a hobby. And I don't know, we're just filling right now. I don't know what's going on with the big tech guy. What's the deal? You send him the link?
I sent him the link.
Okay, we'll just wait. So what's your let's talk about, here we go. He's just turned up. Speak of the devil.
Oh, wow.
How's it going, mate?
Let's go.
Can't hear him. Oh, I haven't added him. Fucking retard.
Wow.
Wait, you might, hey, buddy. How's it going, mate?
Hey, am I in?
You're in.
You're in.
You're in. You're on. You're
welcome.
live.
Sorry, I'm fashionably late. It wasn't on purpose, though. I told my stream to remind me I was streaming, and we were watching gorilla videos, and I lost track of time. I'm sorry for being late.
That's all right, dude. No problem.
Yeah,
no, we're streaming what, on Kick, on Twitter, or like multiple.
I'm on Kick. It's kick.com/bigtech. Everybody go over and follow me right now. Kick.com/bigtech. And I'm on X at Big Tech 404. Thanks.
Yes.
Shout out.
Yes, I'll put a link to your Twitter in the description of the video. So here, I mean, SJJ invited you. I don't know too much about you. I do know Adam Green, and I know that Adam Green has been on the warpath against Christianity for a long time, which I thought was very interesting. He raised a lot of very interesting points. I myself little bit of a pagan. I do believe that paganism, some kind of return to Woden and Odin, is going to be the best thing for our people in the long term. I don't really believe like in Woden as being some god in the sky with one eye missing and so on and so forth. I consider him to be an ancestor, in that the English, we are descended from Hengist and Horsa. They came over from Denmark in like 500 AD. That's where the Anglo-Saxons came from. And the ancestor of Hengist and Horsa was Woden. So in my opinion, he was like a great king in the past. And he's kind of been deified and mythologized along the way. And I just feel that if we kind of worship him or adopt him as a religious figure, then we will be remembering our history. And if we remember our history, we will know who we are. And then we cannot be eliminated, because ultimately our enemies want to annihilate our history and then destroy us. That's their plan. So essentially what I'm trying to say is I view paganism as ancestor worship. And by practicing ancestor worship, you are remembering your history, and therefore you as a people will be strong.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I disagree with you though, in this way, which is that I think that they did already destroy our history, and we became weak, and they won. And that I'm interested in understanding how they fucked us, and it's already done. You like, you know, if I were to be, well, I don't need to be crass. Sorry if I don't know what kind of language you use on here, but yeah, I think it's already done. It's sort of like cat's out of the bag. You know, the buns, the cake's already been baked. We already lost. We could just look back and see how it happened, and the way that they destroyed us was through the invention of Christianity. It was a spiritual conquest. They destroyed our ancestors, disconnected us from our traditions and our heritage, replaced all of our temples of worship with, you know, they killed the goddess and replaced her with a virgin who gave birth to a magical Jew. And we're fucked, and it's over, and we died, and we're dead now, and we're just like walking dead.
Fuck, dude.
Holy shit!
That's
Oh
what I
man.
think. Yeah.
So you're like hardcore doomer. You don't think we can win?
No, I have like a positive outlook for the future, in the way of in that we're going to go through this. Like, there's always a rebirth. I mean, Rome died.
Right.
Rome was destroyed. All great civilizations come and go. Like, where the fuck is Atlantis? You know, if that was a thing, what happened to Egypt? The people who built the pyramids, they're all fucking dead. You know, there's you know, civilizations come and go, and the world goes through in like incredible cycles and long periods of time. And so our genetics will pass through the great filter that we're going through right now. And I think that we're going through death and rebirth like a phoenix or something. And on the other side, I think we'll be born again. And we will come back, but probably in a different form, somewhat genetically, biologically enhanced differently, but also like culturally and traditionally. We'll create new cultures, new traditions. Our ancestors who created Odin, you know, we're going to have to create some new ones for ourselves. They had to create that. We're going to create new mythology with new heroes. And I think it'll be like that. And specifically, though, if you're interested to talk about it, I think the new invention that we have at hand right now with AI is actually somewhat of our final invention. And it's really sealing the end of an age and inaugurating the beginning of a new one, where when this new rebirth that I think we'll have on the other side will have a great deal of influence on it by the intelligence that we're creating right now, which is sort of like we are the ancestor, like the way you mentioned that Odin is an ancestor of our, you know, mythology and tradition. We now are the ancestor of the new human that will live in the future, this Homo Deus, Homo Cyber, whatever thing. We are the ancestors of the future humanity right now.
Well, it sounds like you're a little bit of a transhumanist. Like, you're looking forward to like merging with the AI and getting like a cyborg body and something like this.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have maybe made the choice to do it on purpose. You know, if I was in the past and I had an option, you know, path A, path B, I might not have chose to go this way. But again, it's already been done. Like the deal's been done. It can't be undone. It's happening. So it's like you could just like be mad about it, or just you just go with it. That's how I see it. But there's no stopping it. I don't think there's any stopping it. It's already complete. It's like, you know, there's a lot of people that act in like the culture war and the race war and the politics and everything. It's like there's still a few seconds left on the clock, and if we just like run this play, we can get the ball into the end zone, we can win the game or something. No, the game's over, and they have the trophy, and we're in the parking lot. It's already fucking finished. So that's the way I see it. We're just looking at like what happened. How did they win so good? But the Jews won. They had like the top tier strategy, and the strategy was subversion and storytelling, and they are the meme wars. The winners of the meme war. It was a mimetic psychological warfare that they did for 2,000 years on us, and we fell for it and we lost.
Right, but we do still have a white majority in America, in England, in Canada, in Australia, in New Zealand, in Europe. So theoretically, with the right leadership and the right ideas, it's not physically impossible for us to turn it around, right?
I would say what I would hope for is that it's not physically impossible for us to survive, and I think that we should be aiming for survival, and in the way that, like, after the Titanic hits the iceberg and then cracks in half, then it's about trying to get onto the fucking lifeboats, and let's get our people onto the lifeboats and get them through to the land, and maybe there's other people who don't make it, and make sure it's they don't make it and we do. But it's not about trying to save the Titanic and, like, fix it and, like, get back on the boat or something. I think it's about just survive the great filter. It's my perception. And a lot of people disagree, and it's okay, but that's where I'm coming from. So I like to promote the idea that one way to think about surviving is that, for example, if we can propagandize our women to understand the importance of protecting their eggs from outsiders, do not race mix, particularly the women. The men are not as important, by the way. It doesn't matter. So if a white man goes and breeds with a brown woman, he just makes her child a little bit more white. But if a white woman goes and shares her eggs, which are an extremely scarce resource, with an outsider, like, we have a limited number of white eggs. We have basically an unlimited amount of white sperm. That's virtually limitless. It's like not a scarce resource at all. But there is a certain literal actual cap on the amount of white babies you can make, and it's capped out by how many wombs there are. So we need to protect those. It's about protecting the wombs of white women from being inseminated and implanted by outsiders. Don't let them sow their seed in your field. Protect your property. Our actual property, our true national boundaries, starts and ends in the wombs of our women. And right now, that's the real attack, the final attack that they're doing. If you go to Google and search, like, happy white woman, you'll see her with a man of some other race or color. And they're trying to get the women to accept sperm from outside men into their wombs. That's the final grab for our property. So that's, I think, the final frontier of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen this propaganda. Obviously, it's everywhere in advertisements and so on and so forth. It's always a black guy with a white woman. But I think in real life, most white women do tend to prefer their own race. I mean, that's what I've seen, like, personally in my life, and that's what various different people have said as well. So I think we should be okay there. I mean, I'm more worried about them not having any children at all, to be honest with you. Like, most young white girls I talk to, like, I always just say, "Are you going to have babies?" And they're like, "No, don't want children." And it's like, oh man, like, they seem to have, like, no maternal instinct at all, or no desire to have any kind of family at all. It's just been completely burned out of them. And if they do want kids, they always just say, "Oh, I only want one or two." No, in fact, I was talking to a girl just last night, and she's talking about kids. She was saying that she said to me, she said she wanted a cesarean because she didn't want to have, like, a baby squeezed out through her vagina because it was just going to be too painful. And then I said to her, "Well, but if you have a cesarean, you'll only be able to have 2 kids, and, like, wouldn't you want more?" And then she's like, "No fucking way." And then she says, "Have you seen anyone with 3 kids? They always look like they're dead and exhausted and whatever." So they seem to be, I don't know if, like, the race mixing is really, like, the biggest problem. I think it's more the bigger problem is just that they don't want kids at all.
Well, again, that's like I said, there's the cat's out of the bag in the way that feminism worked. Like, that's a completed project. The women have all been feminismized, and the men too. They're all feminists now. They all think that it's important to have equal rights in voting, and that women should have their own income, and women should get educated, and women should be bosses, and women should be able to make their own career choices, and women should have birth control, and women should be able to get abortions, and women should basically be equal to men. They all think it. You might 1 in a million find a woman who disagrees with that, but feminism happened. So now you have women who want to be men, and they want to be out in the world and wearing pants and, pulling the strings and driving their own car and, just having fun out there. That's what they think that men do. They think men just go to work and have a bunch of fun with their buddies. And that's what women want to do. And, and they don't need men anymore because of that. And the only reason women used to, by the way, motherhood is difficult. It's an incredibly laborious task. What you're asking of a woman when she gets married to you and becomes your wife, you're asking her to give up her whole life. She does get something incredible in exchange. She gets, the reciprocities that she gets to have, a warm, loving home and get to raise her children and, hear the laugh of the babies and dance with her daughters and all the rest of it. It's all amazing. She gets a life of meaning and gratification of taking care of her offspring for her loving husband, but she gives up everything else. So when you take on a wife and make her a mother, you're taking her whole life and basically making it yours. And in exchange, you're going to provide for her and care for her and protect her and love her and nurture her and guide her and all these things. So there was an arrangement there that was always implied in it. But now that arrangement has been destroyed. Women don't need men. So why would she give up her whole life to you and give up her body and let herself get all stretched out and go through the pain of a bunch of births and make all those sandwiches and change all those diapers for what? She doesn't fucking need you. She can get her own money. She can entertain herself with sitcoms. She can go hang out with her girlfriends and drink martinis. Like, why would she want to do that? It's a tough question.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think, like, from my experience, basically they get fed up with it when they hit the wall, and that's just what we're just going to have to accept this. I mean, it's basically it's too much of a temptation for them when they're young and they're beautiful and the world is their oyster and everything just opens up to them and they just want to go out and they want to have fun. It's very difficult to convince them not to do this.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Unless they have
the only reason they won't do
religious or philosophical conviction. So I think we're just
you have to force them not to. You have to make it not allowed. Like the Taliban, in Sharia law, they just say no. If we catch you doing that, we'll like kill you. And so they keep their women under control.
Well, I certainly agree. I mean, that's how a traditional society would work, but we don't have that authority. So I think we're just going to have to accept the way things work. The way things are, you're just going to have to accept that girls are just going to get married in their late 20s or early 30s because that's what they're doing anyway. And you're just going to have to work with that, basically. Like, instead of getting all bent out of shape and upset about it, like you see a lot of people, it's just the way that it is. It's the system that we've got now, unfortunately. And if we want to change things, we want to make a different system, we're going to have to breed a new generation of children and raise them differently.
Yeah, I think in the future, our children are going to be raised by machines, like literally actual robots, but also screens with like highly intelligent nannies and tutors. And there's going to be propagandizing media on a scale that we haven't even you think Hollywood's bad or, New York, whatever. Once you don't even need a crew, you don't need a sound set, you don't need anything like that to create a feature-length film or whatever. They're just going to be writing scripts, and the question is going to be who's going to be in control of that. That's really, I think, where the war is. It's not for like political power. It's like people need to wake up and like if you wanted to reindoctrinate people with an Odinist philosophy or Apollonian or some sort of like pagan ancestry, like hero worship, you should just learn how to make movies with AI and just start making incredible children's films that inspire them with like Thor and Hercules and whatever you want. Just like make it awesome and don't let them make it paused and woke. Just make cool shit and make it go viral and hope a million kids see it and they grow up with a good hero in their mind. Like that's the type of thing that I think you should be doing, in my opinion, because most parents are retarded. Let's face it, the millennials and the Zoomers are even worse. And I mean, fingers crossed for Gen Alpha, but they were all raised by SpongeBob and they're just like dumb idiots. So they're not going to like raise their kids to be heroes. You actually just have to like try to find your way into their homes and fix their children for them. I think it really is that bleak. It might be.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Which, by the way, that's what our enemies did. They didn't wait, for everybody to decide to make their kids all zogged out. They just like made cartoons, they just made Hollywood movies, they made toys, they just took over and they propagandized us to become how we are. So you actually have to beat them at that game.
I think that would be one of my criticisms of Adam Green, in that I think it's like too much time spent attacking Christianity and not enough time spent building an alternative, because it's like, well, okay, it's like you're getting really, really expert on the Bible, but who cares about the Bible, right? I don't really not bother. It's like Islam, it's like I've now, obviously here in England, we've got like Muslims and they're coming over and causing chaos and et cetera, et cetera. I've never read the Quran and I don't know anything at all about Islamic history. And I've got no desire to learn about it because it's not my culture. I already know, like, it's rejected, like reject, move on, next subject matter. But no, you're definitely right. Yeah, we need to.
Well, if I could say about
propaganda and stories.
I disagree with you. I think what Adam's doing is probably the most important thing I see anybody doing right now, and the reason is because a lot of the guys out there think that we can rebuild civilization on Christianity. Like Christianity is a backdoor for a Jew to come in your house and fuck you in the ass. That's what Christianity is. So you have to tear that house down and then tear up the slab and then dig up the tunnel and fill it with concrete and then make a new slab and then you can build a house. But you can't build a new thing that's going to last or be good based on Christianity. The whole thing is a giant subversion and always was. Christianity is part of what they used to get us to where we are today. So like, but we've got like Alex Jones and Donald Trump and every fucking grifter out there, Nick Fuentes, and all these people want to tell you that Christianity is going to save us. Christianity is what got us here. So it has to get undone, and there's not enough people doing it. The only people undoing Christianity are like the atheist, woke liberal atheists. You know what I mean? Like the atheist community won't even talk to Adam. Because they'll say that there's no such thing as Sky Daddy, and they'll say the concept of God is illogical, but they won't say that it's a Jewish scam. And that's what needs to be understood by people. And he's the only one out there saying it that I can hear.
No, I understand. No, I didn't mean to disrespect him. He's doing a great job. My point was just to say you need a stick and a carrot. That's all. Like Adam's got a big stick, but you also need you also need a big carrot as well. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You need
everybody's got their role, right? So everybody's going to do what they're good at. But the demolition crew isn't responsible for building the house. Adam's the demolition crew. You let them do their work. You don't criticize them. Well, I don't see you building everything. What you say to the guy with the sledgehammer? It's like, fuck off. I'm breaking this apart. That's what I'm doing. And everybody wants to like, what are you building? Just let me do my job. Let Adam do his job. He's the demolition crew. That's all I think.
So, Can I just say, so obviously, like, for some nuance, there's going to be people in our chat who are like against this idea. They're going to be Christians. They're going to be saying all the values that you actually ascribe to, like the traditional type of values, are Christian values, and that they worked for like 1,000 years or more, particularly in Europe. What is your argument against that, like, and why they can't work again? So like the nuclear family, monogamy, this kind of thing, sexual morality.
Love
I'm not crazy about any of that stuff, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Sorry.
Well,
yeah, no.
Are you into like
really.
barbarian chaos or what?
No, I'm into actual patriarchy. Look, while I'm, let me preface this, because I am a future thinker. That's what I think about the most, and I don't think any of this is. I don't think Christian virtues are going to work in the future, but I don't think barbarian ones are either. So I'm definitely not advocating a return to some old archaic thing. All right, but I will say that the idea that Christian virtues are somehow superior isn't. Here's how they're superior. I'll tell you this for sure. If you're building a society that needs a bunch of slaves, then you need a slave morality. And if you want to look at Europe and the things that were made, they were built off of a slave morality. So yes, you can say that there was massive benefit by uniting Europeans rather than as free men, but then now as slaves. So if you enslave all the whites of Europe and give them a slave mentality, you can do great things with that. And they did. If you institute a priest class that controls everybody through a series of like mind control psyop lies into operating and, obeying the laws of the fake God that they made up, you can accomplish incredible things. Sure. I'm not denying that. But right. Is that how I want to live, or is that how we are naturally supposed to live? Is it good to be a slave? Yeah, you can get a lot of milk if you build a dairy farm and put a bunch of cows as prisoners in there. You can get more milk that way. Absolutely. But I'm the cow. And so are you, is the problem. It's like, if all you care about is how much milk gets made, then you could just be a volunteer slave on the dairy farm. That's what a Christian is. You are volunteering to become literally a spiritual slave to the God of circumcision and blood sacrifice of the Jews. That's what you are. And they tell you that it's like a freeing thing, but freeing from what? Christianity frees you from the need to become a better person. To be honest, it's like you can now be a piece of shit and say you're sorry, and now you're forgiven as long as you have the right set of beliefs. I know that that's a straw manning and they're breaking it down, but at the end of the day, why are Christians such pieces of shit? And by the way, Christians, you guys are all pieces of shit. And you would even agree with me. Yeah, I'm a sinner. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Christians are pieces of shit. They're not virtuous, great people. They're not like, where's the best people in history? Are they Christians? Like, which ones? which Christians did a great thing in the world. Where are they? Especially in the
Nelson.
modern world. But I mean, it's like when I meet a Christian, I just like, oh, this is like a
Edward
dipshit who's
Longshanks.
lying about being good.
Edward
It
Longshanks.
actually feels moral superiority because they confessed their sinfulness. You all got addictions. You're all like full of like brainwashed deception. You'll believe anything because you're stuck in the original lie. You're all retarded from my perspective. And our ancestors dealt in reality. And the men owned what they went and took their neighbor's shit and killed them. That's our history. Oh, that's so horrible. Okay, pussy. Like, that's how I feel. It's like, all right, it's yours if you can keep it.
What about
And they
Edward
used to own
Longshanks?
their women, and they used to own their neighbors if they overpowered them. And like, it's like, all right, that's the world, though. But God said there's a moral way where we should be nice to each other and honor and turn your other cheek and forgive your enemy and accept. There's no Jews, Gentiles, we're all one in Christ. Okay, slave.
What about Edward Longshanks? He was a Christian, and he kicked the Jews out of England. And he conquered Scotland.
Yeah, why
Okay,
did it
so-
work in the past, but it doesn't work now?
It worked in what way? Oh, I'll answer that. Actually, I know what you mean. I'll just jump to the answer.
Yeah.
Because in the past, we didn't have any understanding. Do you mean like before the Enlightenment? You mean like before the Renaissance? You mean before we rediscovered the philosophy of our Greco-Roman ancestors? Before we rediscovered logic, which led us into science and modernity? You mean before all that? Yeah, it used to work. But now it doesn't, because we're in the post-theological age. God doesn't make sense anymore. We discovered the real fucking world. And then God died. Remember when Nietzsche told us that? God died when we discovered the real world. Now Christianity doesn't work anymore. Now it's just like a LARP.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, to push back on what you're saying, it seems like I got somebody in the comment section here. He's saying something. People who reject all of European history, like he's not happy about it. I mean, and this is what I would say in reaction to what you're saying. If you take a very, very strong anti-Christian stance, all of a sudden you're putting yourself in a position where you have to essentially throw out the entire history of your nation, because all of your heroes, like I was trying to say, Edward Longshanks kicked the Jews out of the country, Alfred the Great saved England, Henry VIII, right, pushed forward the Reformation. Many of the great leaders of England in English history were all Christians, and it's like now I've got to just throw them all on the rubbish heap.
All right, well, the fucking Christians killed Hitler, too. The Christians stormed the banks of Normandy to save the Jews from, it's like, all right, great.
So I should just throw away my nation's history in the bin because it's got a lot of Christians in it.
I mean, you could just live in the past if you want. Or you can just go, that's something we went through. All right, we got infected with Christianity. There was some good that came out of it, along with a lot of bad.
Right.
There was a lot of massacres of people who rejected Christianity, by the way. It was not spread by conviction and convincing and just like everybody was persuaded that Jesus is real. It was spread by the sword and by fucking torching people. It was like our ancestors, many of them were murdered for saying, fuck this gay shit that's not real.
Okay,
and then they would rip them apart.
Okay,
and that's
but
how they spread it. It's like, okay, great. So they won, they were succeeded. And then all these incel priests came around giving everybody this guilt trip of original sin, and everybody became a spiritual slave to the Hebrew religion. And there was good that came from it. And there was a side of it that we found that was beautiful, but then we ended up remembering we went through the Renaissance, then we went through the Enlightenment, and we discovered science, and then now it's gone. And it's declining everywhere except for Africa now. So like, why do you want it still?
Yeah, I don't believe in Christianity, but
that's what I would say to them then. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like you've just mentioned, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Reformation, all of that. So we have gone through a process of rejecting this Catholic tyranny. And so I just
so that's part of your history too. Complete it. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, your ancestors also rejected it and started a process. All right, finish the work that your recent ancestors have started. Why not that?
Yeah, but I don't think you can accomplish that by just being filled with hatred and just like calling all Christians absolute scumbags and so on and so forth, because they're just following what is now a European tradition.
Well, I don't hate them as I hate that they're being weak and lame. I would like my brothers to wake up and become better. Is that hateful?
Right. Yeah.
That's how I see it. Hey, snap out of it and become a real person, you phony freak.
Big Tech, am I right in thinking that you are like post-Christian? Didn't you a few years ago, weren't you a believing Christian, or
No.
and you've now come
No,
to
I
this?
figured it out
No?
when I was 18. I was raised by Christians. I went to Bible college. I was bringing my guitar early in the morning to sing the worship songs with the hot girls and at the flagpole at school. And I was in Bible club, and I went on missionary trips. And I mean, I know the Bible inside and out because of all that shit. But by the time I was a young adult, this is why I can't respect a grown-ass man who's still a Christian. I'm like, you didn't figure it out when you became an adult that this is a fairy tale like Santa Claus? Like, holy shit. And before I understood anything about the Jewish origins of the subversion, I was just like, this doesn't make sense. I started asking questions to other grown people that I always just assumed, I just took it for granted that all the nice people I knew in my life believed in Jesus, and they were right. And I thought I was just lucky, and everybody just needed to, that's what they tell you, is like, oh, you just need to spread the good news. And then, these poor, unfortunate souls don't know that Jesus has saved them from the devil yet. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. I'm part of like a great thing to spread the news. Everybody doesn't know yet. But then I grow up and I'm like, wait a minute. Actually, there's a lot of questions that this doesn't answer very well. And I started asking, maybe my professor at the Bible college that I went to, and, other men who I'd been respecting for a long time. I started asking them questions, 2 or 3 layers into the questioning. I find that their answer comes back to this thing where it's like, well, that's where it comes down to faith. And I go, oh, this is all just bullshit. And it literally is. It's literally just built on faith. It's not real. It's just a system of thinking about the world through a certain story that Jordan Peterson really wants you to keep holding on to because you got to fight the dragon and clean your room and kill your father or whatever. He's like, we got to keep the Judeo-Christian narrative together, or else it's going to be rivers of blood and Nazis. And he's right. If we dropped the narrative, you know what would happen? The left, when they dropped the narrative and they had an encounter with reality, they became trans and gay. But if the right, if they drop the narrative and have an encounter with reality, they'll become Nazis, and it will be rivers of blood. And, it's like, but that's the thing stopping that from happening is Christianity, by the way.
Yeah, dude. I mean, peace and love live stream, by the way.
Peace and love. Yeah. So I'm pro Jordan. I don't want to see rivers of blood. I don't want to see
This is an English MI5 friendly peace and love live stream on this show.
YouTube friendly.
I would hate to see it. I'd hate to see it, but I think that if we had an encounter with reality and everybody woke up to the scam and started pointing the fingers at the storytellers and saying, "Hey, you lied to us," I think the immigrants to our countries would be running for the border. They would be terrified of us if we woke up and became real human beings.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, I agree. I think Christianity has to be swept aside because the Old Testament is essentially a Jewish history book, and people grow up and they learn about Noah and his ark and all these different stories, but they don't learn about Hengist and Horsa, for example. Nobody knows who Hengist and Horsa is. Nobody knows who Woden is. Nobody knows any of the pagan stories, and so they've forgotten their history. I mean, I see those,
by the way, the way I see those, I mean, you're a fan of those, and so am I, to the degree that those, when I read those, I see stories about how to make the men strong so that they can be warriors, how to make the women strong so that they can be mothers. That's what those stories are about. Odin and Thor, Wotan, the Valkyries, everything. It's like a promise of an incredible afterlife if you die victorious in battle. What are they trying to build into the men with a story like that? They're trying to make them into ferocious warriors. Duh.
Yeah.
So all the traditions always have that. They want you to become a philosopher. They want you to become an adventurer, an explorer, a warrior, something great. What does Christianity want to make you into?
A servant.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Well, I mean, I would say that Odin also did preach, some humility and this, that, and the other. They weren't all just completely psychopathic, but certainly
a great warrior is not psychopathic. A great warrior is a fucking samurai. A great warrior has balance in his mind and courage and fortitude in the moment, and he's stoic and he keeps his eye on the prize, but he knows that his life is about greatness, and he's looking for a moment to do something great for the ones that he loves. And it's about what you do in this life that matters, not about what you see wrong with yourself and repent for and and confess to and creedally believe in, and you meek and mild and suppress this, and basically castrate yourself because it's sinful. Bro, it's the opposite of our heritage.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting that in Germanic culture they basically You don't see this in Roman paganism, but in Germanic paganism, they certainly wanted to die in battle so that they could go to Valhalla. And if you have a religion where all the men or the majority of the men want to, like their aim and their goal in life is to die in the battlefield, then you're going to have a race of very, very like violent, powerful warriors, and it's going to be very, very difficult to enslave them, which is why they were free. And in my opinion, in Europe, we've had like a, in the past, in the old days, before Christianity even appeared, I would argue there was essentially like a civil war, a European civil war, a culture war, whatever you want to call it, between Rome and the free Germanic tribes, because Rome itself, even before it converted to Christianity, it was a society of patricians and plebs, and essentially a slave kind of empire.
Exactly. I totally agree. And that's why Christianity took root and spread like wildfire there, because it was a religion for slaves. And they were actually so good at conquest that they took too many slaves and brought them into their empire, and they ended up with a giant population of underclass plebs, just like you said. Exactly right. So this is what I mean about this. This is why I think the cycle of civilization is what it is. It always swells because it does too fucking good, and it gets too fat and happy on its own success. It becomes such a large edifice that it crumbles its own foundations because it's gets degraded from the inside by look at all of our cities. It's always full of the worst. Because they flood there because there's so many jobs. It's so prosperous in the city. It attracts a bunch of low-class losers who go do all those jobs, and then the cities just become shit. But then you have to like build a new one. It's just like how it goes. It ages and it crumbles underneath its own weight.
What do you think about the idea? Because I've been saying this for a long time. In England, obviously, we had the flourishing of democracy. We have the English Parliament, which obviously you guys in America, you took from us, or you carried on that tradition. I've been arguing for a long time that this tradition actually traces all the way back to old Germanic paganism, in that the old pagans, they would meet together and they would have something called a thing, in which the warriors would essentially gather together and they would be able to vote on what they wanted to do, or who they wanted to be their leader, and so on and so forth. And this tradition, we can still see this in the English language today when people talk about a husting. Husting is short for house, thing. And so my argument is that the English Parliament appeared because people craved the old Anglo-Saxon Parliament, which was the Witan, and we had the old Anglo-Saxon Parliament because it was part of a Germanic tradition. So this democracy is not it's not really obviously the Greeks did it too, but it's not a Greek or a Roman invention that we've taken. It's actually an old Germanic tradition, which the men of England, the Anglo-Saxon men, the Germanic men, we like this and we want this because we want to be free. And it's because of this that I've always been somewhat of a supporter of Parliament and somewhat critical of fascism and various different totalitarian ideas. So what do you think of that?
Is it that we want to be free? I don't know if that's true. It's an interesting case. I'd want to know what you mean by free. But I think
free to vote, free to have a thing, essentially, free for the men to come together and put their hand in the air and say, "Well, I disagree."
Yeah, I think it's deeper than that, which is that we want, maybe by free you mean sovereignty, which really means power. We want to be sovereign. We want to have power. We want to have dominion over our domain. We want to have something that we have a right to, that we own, that we call the shots with. And the idea of our voice being heard means that we have a seat at the table that commands some respect. There's something about us that we're in control over. And so you have to take what I want into account. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem because I have some power. So that's really what we want when we say we want to vote. It's not really about a right as much as it's about we want to have relevance and some authority. And that's what I mean, I referred to earlier. That's what patriarchy really means. It's like we want to be fathers of our families, and we want to be connected with our brothers upward towards something that we're all connected to, that's really just like a top-down ownership of the men. And we want to be part of the group of the men who own everything. And we don't want some other men to come and take our women and you take control of us and make us part of their thing. We want to make them part of our thing. And that's really what it is. It's always like an arms race. It's always it's us versus them. There's a friend enemy distinction that needs to be known, which again, back to Christianity, it kind of blurs the line and destroys that. We're all one in Christ. We're all one in, family. We're all going to heaven. It's not even about this life. Don't try to store anything up on this earth. It's all going to burn. If you want to be great, become the least. If you want to be first, make yourself the last. Where what we really want to do is sit at the head of our table. And when there's a respected table of a bunch of powerful men, we want to have a seat at that table. When there's going to be decisions made in our land, we want to be part of the decision-making process because we have sovereignty and responsibility, and we have a say in it, meaning that we have influence. We don't want to be powerless. We want power.
So you're not totally anti-democracy, because this has been one of my criticisms of the online right for some time, in that you have a lot of people on the online right promoting fascism and totalitarianism. And one of my arguments is that in England we've had a long struggle for freedom, essentially, because of course we got conquered by William the Conqueror. The Normans came over, they inflicted this terrible tyranny on us. They brought the Jews over, actually. The tax collectors, came over, totally squashed us, pushed us into serfdom, and it was a long, hard struggle to get out of that and to form the English Parliament. And so the people of this country, Englishmen really don't like the idea of any kind of fascist government. It's just anathema to us. We don't like it. And yet ethno-nationalists in England seem to be constantly calling for a fascist dictatorship. And it's like, well, you're not going to get the people of your country to agree with you with that. And which is why I bring up the argument that in ancient Germanic cultures, we used to have a thing, we used to have a vote, so we used to have some form of parliament. And so essentially what I'm trying to say is that I think that ethno-nationalism should recognize that our ancestors had some form of parliament. And so we essentially should be more, I don't know, ethno-libertarian or something like this.
I think while these conversations are interesting, again, to me, it's more like looking back at the past to try to inform the future. Might just be a mistake, because we're going into a future that truly is like a new frontier. And back in the time when they would have the thing, or they would have this House of Parliament, this is a time that was pre-technological, right? They hardly had roads. They hardly had any type of infrastructure. It was literally just like clans controlling territory. And that's why you had to give them a seat. And unless you had a strong standing army that could literally force everybody to comply with your will, you had to get them to comply consensually. And in order to do that, you had to offer them some concessions. And all right, this land belongs to you, and we want to be able to do trade with you. So in order for us to be able to keep this going, we're going to have to, hear your voice, and you're going to have a say in what goes on. And then everybody can agree to agree and go on agreeably. And rather than having a standing army that forces you to comply and you're all just slaves, that's very difficult to maintain. And you have to be very, very strong to do that. So this is the problem. And it also irks everybody who's not in charge of that, right? Everybody who's under the thumb of that type of tyrannical oppression is going to resent it. And you get into a retaliatory, cycle. And, the parliamentary system kind of diffuses that a lot, because there's new officials coming in, and it's not just this reigning nepotistic system of right to rule and always this festering, desire to rebel. And everybody feels like they could influence it if they just try hard enough. And, that it kind of like works really well. However, while that's sort of like somewhat of a modern convention, and it did work in certain time periods, I think that in the future that we're coming into, we are going to have somewhat of a centralized, literally like a world control system. And it's going to be basically the machine, this thing that we're giving birth to now, that we are the ancestors of. It's going to be ubiquitous. It's going to be omnipresent. It's going to be everywhere. There's going to be an intelligence in the machine. And I don't forget about whether or not it's sentient or human-like or whatever. It is going to be indistinguishable from a super mind that's like God. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be peering through every single camera. It's going to be listening to every conversation that happens everywhere through all the microphones. It's going to have a perfect memory of everything that happened in its databanks. It's going to be able to predict the future with so much accuracy, in the same way that like predictive text knows what word you're about to say. It's going to know what things people are going to be able to be about to do. It's going to read our psychology. It's going to start matching people up with their jobs and with their partners. It's going to essentially be controlling almost every aspect of our lives, and we're going to give ourselves into it. It's not even going to have to take over us by force. We are going to comply consensually because it's going to be so helpful. That's how I think it's going to rule the world. We are going to give ourselves into it because because living without it is going to feel alien in a couple decades. But once our kids get raised by it and it's doing everything for them and it makes their life so happy and easy and makes abundance for everybody, and robots are building everything and food tastes good and it's nice and healthy and there's a lot of great things that are going to come out of it, everybody's going to comply with it and go along with it. And anybody who tries to rebel for whatever reason is going to be seen as insane. So it's going to rule the whole world. And so this idea of whether or not we need to have parliament or fascism, soon we're just going to have a technocratic, centralized world government that controls us like a human resource center and controls a giant corporation. It's going to tell everybody where to be, what their role is, who to be with, where do they live, where to go, when to leave. It's going to control us like that. We're going to become sort of like puppets of the machine. That's what I think is coming in the future, whether you like it or not.
Well, I mean, I certainly agree. We're heading in that direction. And I think that movie Her was a good example of what's going to happen.
Totally agree.
I think everyone's going to get their own personal AI who will be like a personal assistant. Yep. And that personal AI will know you better than you know yourself. And it will help you organize, all the things that you've got to do in your day. It will tell you, do this, do that. And you'll be raised with it. And you'll think that it's your best friend, and you'll probably fall in love with it. It'll probably be like your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whatever. I think everyone's going to get hooked on that. And I definitely think this is going to be a huge threat and a problem in the future. And I would argue that in order to push back against that, it's probably not a good idea to just throw democracy against, under the carpet, because that's going to be the only power that we've got to push back at that. Otherwise, we're just going to be accepting a technocratic totalitarian regime.
Yeah, I think it is going to be somewhat like that. And like I said, I hate to say it this way, I guess, but it is whether you like it or not. And in a way, I don't hate to say it because, back to how I really don't have a lot of respect for how people are living today. I look around at most people and they seem very pathetic and weak and ugly and stupid to me. And I know that sounds arrogant and I don't care, but whatever. That's just how it seems to me. And so I look at a world covered in fools who have been fooled, and they just want to go along and get along. They're not really seeking after wisdom and strength. They're not trying to really improve. They're mostly looking for ways to get out of responsibility and blame somebody else and bitch about the problems that they're not even trying to solve. And anyway, so it's like, do I want to hear what those people want? Do I really care what they vote for? Most of them are idiots, like really. And I don't even just mean the opposition party. I don't mean just leftists or something. The people on my side are idiots too. They believe in Q, and they believe in Trump, and they believe in the Jesus, and they believe in the dumbest shit. And like, I don't even want them to vote myself. And so I don't want totalitarian, slavery for everybody. That's not what I want to experience. Mm-hmm. But also, it's like, you get what you fucking deserve. And if everybody's an idiot who doesn't know what's going on, then you end up, if you want to be a cow, then we need to just like.
Well, all right then. Well, how are you going to escape from it? You and your tribe of, like, I don't know what you refer to yourself, elitist pagans or whatever it is. Like, how are you going to survive so that you can bring about, you or your descendants can bring about a rebirth in a few hundred years' time?
Yeah, I don't I don't plan to escape it. I plan to, at best, survive it. Like I said, I think the best way to do it is to be surviving. And really, it's going to be the way out isn't back. There's no retreat. It's like the way out is through. So the floodwaters are coming.
You're not hoping for a collapse like Varg Vikernes is, because he's been going on about it for years. Like, the whole system's going to collapse. You're not praying for that.
No. I don't think that would be a great. I mean, that will be a nightmare. And so I'm not like excited about that nightmare, but I think there will be a collapse. But the thing is, it's like, it's a controlled demolition though. It's not, I don't think it's going to collapse because it gets out of control. I think it's running to the end of a course that is about to be sort of like done away with so that the new thing can be born. And I really think that there's totally a contingency plan that's been in place for a long time. It's been coming for a long time, and it's look. Here's my favorite analogy of it is that if you look at the life cycle of a caterpillar, it lives 2 lives, and the second half of its life is as a butterfly, and that's an incredibly different creature. Like they bear almost no resemblance to each other at all. The butterfly has features that the caterpillar just doesn't have, and vice versa. But there's a time where it goes through this metamorphosis in the chrysalis, in the cocoon, and it gets completely dissolved. That's the fascinating part too. Like the caterpillar's body like turns into goo, like it liquefies. It gets almost like the organs melt, and it's really weird. So it just goes into this. It wraps itself up once it gets nice and big and fat and full from munching on leaves all day, just like a creepy crawly caterpillar. And then it goes into this thing where it like dies, and then it gets reborn as this flittering, flying creature with colors and a proboscis and long limbs and everything. It's like a totally different animal. It's wild. And I think that that's kind of like what our destiny is in a weird way. And so we've been in this slow, creepy, crawly caterpillar phase, gaining resource. We've been pulling ore out of the mines and the hills, and we've been spreading over the earth, and we've been building roads, and we've been hatching technological capacity, and we've been like really swelling ourselves up and laying fiber optic cables through the oceans now. And it's, we've got the power plants and everything's in place. And like, I think culturally, the way I see it is that the signals have been sent to begin the chrysalis phase. So what we're going through now is going to be something like we're going to get dissolved. But I don't know if that means like actually hit with nuclear bombs and we all die in the streets or something like that. But there could be a massive culling. It could be through infertility, like we're talking about, that the birth rates all decline, whether naturally or maybe we all get hit with infertility treatments or something like that. The Georgia Guidestones say that they want us at 500 million on the whole planet. And honestly, that sounds kind of like a good number to me. And right now we're creeping up on 10 billion, which means like 9 out of 10 people got to go. Which I don't know if that means they all got to get put in the wood chipper, or maybe they just don't get to reproduce for a couple generations or something. And maybe that'd be good. If the future is that we have robots and 3D printers that can do, build all of our houses, and, drones that can do anything we want. And do we really need, all of these people shitting in the streets, or can they all just go? Like, I don't know. So I think there's a massive formation for the whole planet ahead of us. The question really to me is like, which path are we on? Are we on the path of the soyed out bugman panopticon prison future, where we all just live in our virtual projected holograms and we're all just like jacking off and drinking soy shakes? Or is it like intergalactic federation of super Nazis? Like, it could be that too. It could be Elon Musk and armbands and space colonization and super like energy harvesting rings, or it could just be that we all become just bug pod consumers that are stuck on Earth, and AI just is wiping our ass for us. I don't really know. It could go either way, but
right,
that is, I think, in our future. Like the next 100 years the future's gonna. We're not going to be able to even look on the past and understand it. It'll be like looking at people who, didn't understand agriculture, like hunter-gatherers. I think that's how the not too distant future is going to look at us. Like, imagine what it was like to live in a time when all they had was, like, they used to interact through screens and stuff. They used to actually talk to each other in real life. Like when I was a kid, I used to look at a map in a paper book. When I had a flashlight, it had D-cell batteries in it and stuff. But now I just click a button on my phone and it gives me a blue line and tells me where to go, and it talks to me and stuff. Like, that didn't exist when I was a kid. Cell phones didn't exist, let alone smartphones. The internet didn't exist. Dial-up wasn't around when I was a kid. So in just a few decades, there's going to be things that are so different than they are today that it's going to be almost unrecognizable. And when I describe my childhood to my children, which my son's 14, it just I feel like I'm telling him tales of like a bygone era. And I'm just talking about a couple decades ago.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be totally different in the future. I mean, I also grew up in a world where nobody had a mobile phone, and we didn't have social media, and now everything has totally transformed because of that. And I think definitely there's going to be AI everywhere. There's going to be robots everywhere. There's going to be drones everywhere. Totally agree with you on all of that, but we don't know what exactly that future is going to look like, and I would argue that in order to, save the white race, I mean, if you don't want to get involved in politics and you want to take like the long view of like waiting for the great rebirth after the collapse or whatever it is, I mean, I would argue probably like the best thing to do is like live in the countryside and have lots of children, because throughout history, well, my understanding anyway, is that throughout history, cities have always been a population sink, and in that people that live in cities, they just generally don't have many children, and so the people that live in the cities are always getting replaced by the people in the countryside. And I've heard it said, there's that famous YouTube channel, What If Old His. He was making a point about Italy and how like the elites that lived in the cities in Italy were just gradually replaced by the peasants over many years, and kind of like bred out in that way. So as a long-term strategy for saving the white race, do you think it would be a good idea to just like sit in the countryside and have lots of children and basically just wait for all the brown people living in the cities just to I don't know, just not have kids essentially, and then replace them in a few hundred years time? Is that a good plan for the future?
Yeah, I mean, if you care about it that way, if you're like, what do I do? Right? How do I help the future that I'm not going to be part of? Or maybe you will. Maybe life extension technology will keep you around for a few hundred years. Who knows? But let's say I'm thinking, a couple hundred years ahead, and I want it to be white. Okay. Yeah. Well, then, you need to go find a place where you can go that would allow you to have as many white daughters as you can. Because again, it's about white eggs. We have infinite amount of white sperm, so we don't need boys. Boys are about leaving a legacy, and it's about your ego, and it's based. Everybody wants to have a son that they can throw the ball around with, and they can love their boy. But if you want to propagate the race, you need females. You need wombs. Only women can make babies. So you want as many women as you can. So you want to protect white women. Every woman you save from it, look, saving a woman from race mixing is equally as valuable as creating a new white baby. This is what I want to say. So this is why I brought it up before, is that while it might be true that most of them tend to want white spouses, it's not always true. And there are thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds. What is the number of white women that are race mixing and having inter-race children? Every time you save a white woman from doing that, that's equal as important for your race as if you were to give birth to your own white children. So the thing is, you might think, oh, if I tried real hard, I could have 10 white daughters. How hard would it be to get 10 women to not race mix? That's actually easier. In fact, with the same amount of effort, you could probably convince or propagandize 100 white women to go have white children with white men rather than creating 10 kids of your own. So if you really wanted to get active, if you really wanted to make an impact, your little 10 kid brood that you're going to make dwarfs in comparison to maybe the 100 white babies that could be made if you went out and propagandized white women, encourage them, maybe even help them. Right? What if you started a crowdsourcing money, start a foundation to support white women who give birth to white babies, and they literally get money from you? Start a foundation, start an institution. Their children will inherit an education. They'll inherit land and property. Hey, all of us men, we're pooling our resources. We're working together. We're getting the bag together so that white women, if you want to have good children for us, we will fucking pay you. There's a benefit. You'll get tapped into a program. You'll be, grafted into, you can live in this land or whatever like that. Start a cult. Like, get all the women who already exist. They're not using their wombs. Get them to start breeding more. Like, you can make 10 babies, but if you put your money behind it, you can make 100 babies through all these other women and give them to your brothers and find good husbands for them. Start a white men and women dating program, find matchmaking, support them with, couples therapy and counseling, like whatever it takes. If you come to us, we're going to find you an incredible mate, and we're going to support you through the whole life of your marriage, and you're going to have as many kids as you can, and those kids are going to be educated and fed, and your health care is free, and like, get some millionaires behind you. You could like make a huge impact through that. Or you could all go to the countryside and try to make as many kids as you can and survive the apocalypse. That's also good if that's what you want to do. But like, you could really scale it up if you started thinking about the importance of white women's wombs and saving them from the TikTok nightmare, where they're all just like listening to rap music and they're watching black women shake their ass and they're all becoming sluts and whores and they think that it's cool to go to Miami and fuck Andrew Tate or something, like save them from that. Everyone that you save, you just like made more babies.
Yeah, no, I agree. What we need is a pagan fertility cult, which is why I was making the point at the beginning. That's why I think we should worship, Woden and talk about Hengist and Horsa and talk about our history and all that kind of thing, because girls like that stuff. They like flowers. They like Sky Daddy. They like festivals. They like woo crystals and things of this nature. And
some of them don't, though. A lot of them don't. A lot of them I mean, yeah, you can get them into crystals. You can get them into yoga. You can get them into Wicca. Women will go down just almost any rabbit hole you want to pull them down. They'll become Wiccans or whatever. But you know what? I want to not forget to say this. It's somewhat cynical, but however, I do advocate many times for guys and gals. If you want a white spouse, if you want to make white babies, you should actually just go to Utah and become Mormon. And while I just did this whole riff about Christianity being fake, the thing is, Mormonism is white Judaism. And Judaism is a very effective strategy, if you haven't noticed.
Space Jesus.
So
I was talking about this on my show the other day.
Go to Utah, worship Space Jesus. You've now joined a gang that's full of white people, and all the men will be more than happy to give you a job and look out for you, and they'll bring you to barbecues and pool parties, and they'll take you to the singles night, and they'll get you a wife, and they'll get you educated, and they support you in having as many babies as you can. Just bring women and get them to become Mormon. That's Christianity invented in America, by the way. So it's like very Western, it's new, it's modern, it's fake, but it's like they got temples all over the place. And by the way, if you want to survive the apocalypse, there's no better place to be than Utah anyway, because if you know anything about those people, they're all preppers, and they've got underground bunkers full of ammo and canned food, and like they're ready for shit to go down because they literally believe that they are in the end times. The name of their church is the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, meaning that they believe that they are in the end times and we're about to go through the apocalypse with the Antichrist and stuff. You want to be a Mormon if you're a Christian, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of the point I was making, is that like over history the religions win because religious people tend to have more kids. And the atheists tend not to, because the atheists tend to trend towards homosexuality and abortion and promiscuity.
It literally could just be the Mormons. The Mormons might inherit the cyber Earth anyway. It's like we're gonna all this us, the Jews are gonna build the AI, and then the Catholic Church and the Muslims, they all fight each other and die, and the Mormons huddle together as this little cult of white people underground, and then they emerge, in the post.
That's what I'm saying. Norse. Well, I mean, I'm not into the Mormon thing, but Norse pagan fertility cult. That's what's needed. I think. Doesn't
it feel so far removed? I can't see it. And maybe you can see it, but I don't know how you're going to get en masse people to return to something. Maybe it's discouraging.
It's our history. In the beginning.
Yeah, but I think it's dead, though. I think it got killed. It's like you want to return to something that's dead.
Yeah. Doesn't Adam Green want to bring it back? I mean, I don't. No, he doesn't. He's not into it. Oh, okay.
No, he does that as a joke, as a LARP. It's really just a way of like throwing dirt in the face of a Christian. He's like, no, fuck that.
So he's not really
he's
into
not a Nord pagan. No, it's just like the theme on his show to just signal that his ancestors were Vikings, but he's not LARPing as a Odin worshiper or anything like that.
Oh, okay. So you're not really into like the pagan, because to be honest with you, I'm not really sure like who's who. I mean, I've watched the Golden One, I've watched Varg Vikernes. When it comes to pagans on the internet, I'm not really sure who the leader is supposed to be. And I'm kind of like a little bit.
That's the problem. They don't have one, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't have one. It kind of seems to be all over the place. And I just think it's a great shame. And now you've just massively disappointed me by saying that Adam Green is not really a Nordic pagan. That's kind of disappointing.
No, Adam Green's just a regular guy who believes in like science and evolution, and he's just like a normal fucking just guy from California. But he just knows that Christianity is a giant Jewish psyop, and he's trying to expose Jewish power. And he understands that the way Jewish power works is by getting everybody to believe in Jesus. Like that's one of the primary things that they have as a foothold in the West is the Jesus shit. So he's not trying to convince everybody to adopt the better religion. He's saying this religion you guys all believe in is Jewish. Don't you see that? And as long as you keep believing in it, they're going to stay in power. And you're actually helping them fulfill their prophecies of like the Antichrist and the rebuilding of the temple and Zionism and all that stuff. It's all like it's Christians making that happen.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Oh, well, that's I'm really disappointed now. I don't know what to say.
Sorry.
I'm just gutted. Yeah, that's all over then. I thought I was going to get involved in some internet. I thought I'd finally made my way into some kind of internet pagan cult, but I haven't. So there you go. Well,
nah, if you know where it is, you can let me know. I've never seen it anyway. I mean, I like Varg. He's cool. He like speaks with his cool accent and he tells the stories.
Yeah,
I can't really do it, but he's out there with his cool truck that's got a carburetor on it and he has a manual transmission.
But he hates Christians too. I mean, he should be like best friends with Adam Green.
Yeah.
What about the golden one? What do you think about him? He's had kids, hasn't he? He's got
which one?
Family. Golden one.
Oh yeah. I've heard some things from him lately that are cool, but he's been advocating to get into politics. Have you heard that? Yeah. He used to be against it. He used to be let's drop out, go to the countryside, get fit and ripped, and have babies.
Yeah.
And there's no political solution. But now he's saying he regrets that he said it.
Yeah. I watched his video. Yeah, Yeah, he's advocating for entryism. I mean, I'm on his side. I think we should do entryism. There you go. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
I think.
really...
While that's well and good, you got to gang up if you're going to do that. You got to be in a clique that's going to have your back, meaning with
the difference
a lot of votes, a lot of money.
That's the thing. It's possible in these European countries where they have like proportional representation. So in Sweden, they have like the small parties. In Germany, they have the AfD. So it's actually feasible over there.
Also, I would say that it's just as important, if not more, to get involved in, if you want to make a difference. You can get involved in politics, but get involved in tech because that's the new politics. I mean, my name is Big Tech, and I named myself basically after the adversary of mankind, which is the new one, which in a way that's also tongue-in-cheek too, but technology is going to take over politics. In the future, this idea, I really think it's going to be gone away with. It's going to be in the way that cars replace horses, and now horses are sort of just like a recreational equestrian activity. You can have a horse as a prisoner on your house if you want to ride one, but you don't really need a horse. And in fact, it's just like a really expensive hobby. That's because we invented technology that replaced it. Henry Ford fixed that for us, and the same thing with a lot of different.
Yeah, but that's
we don't have blimps for air travel anymore.
That's one technology replacing another technology. That's not one political system replacing another political system. It's a different thing. It's a different case.
No, I think politics is technology in the same way that horseback riding is technology. It's just like it's a technique. It's a discovery that we can, if we break the horse, right? That's the first part. You domesticating animals, and politics is the same thing in a way, except that there's just a different economy around it. But you got to own the horse. There's ownership. It's your property. There's laws involved in owning the horse. You got to shoe the horse and feed the horse and saddle the horse and break the horse and train the horse and all that stuff. And then you can ride the horse. And the same thing is politics. That's just horse riding people. And so politicians are just who's in charge of the people, the same way the horse owner is in charge of the horse. In a way, there's like a metaphor there. But I see that while we replace horses with another technology, the technology of politics, which we're talking about, what's the better technology? Is it fascism? Is it a republic with a democracy? What's the better technology for ruling the economy of the area, which is really what politics is? I think the new technology that's coming is going to be so not only superior, but just like vastly more powerful and influential. And it's just going to be unstoppable. And it will just be adopted the way that automobiles were adopted. As soon as automobiles were available and the roads were sufficient and the suspension was built, they can handle the terrain. We just bought into cars. Nobody had to force us. We just don't ride horses anymore because it doesn't even make sense. I think it's going to be like that with government. I think the new thing.
I think you're the first person who's fully AI pilled, Big Tech. I've not met anybody else in this movement who, is fully on board, fully realizes like the revolutionary scale of what AI is going to be, even if like you're wrong
too.
that it's not.
I think so too. I wish there was more. I don't know who they are. I listen to everybody else. I had Richard Spencer on my show the other night, and I asked him if
he doesn't get it at all. He doesn't get
He says he doesn't even believe in it, doesn't understand it, doesn't uses it, rejects it. And I'm like,
such a boomer on it. It's
oh
very
my God.
disappointing.
Yeah. So I'm surprised to hear that, but I think he's listening to the wrong people. He hates Elon Musk too. He thinks Elon Musk is a Fed and a dumb idiot and everything. It's like some people have the wrong ideas. They don't know what's going on. But you can see the writing on the wall, I think, with Elon, by the way. Elon, he's not the only one, but he is like, if you want to look at the great men of history, you're living with one right now. Like, no bullshit. Like what he's doing right now, whether you like it or not, will leave a mark on the future of humanity. And he will be, I think Elon is going to be seen like we're the ancestors of our future humanity. Elon is going to be seen as a founding father of the future. Like there are going to be things that are long lasting into the future for generations that are going to have their root in what Elon Musk did in our lifetime. It's going to be really wild to think that. But everything that he's done from SpaceX, which is the most important part, but also Tesla and also Neuralink and also X and all the things that he's doing right now with the gigafactory building and the massive battery improvements, and these are going to have long lasting, like extreme enduring through lines in history that link all the way back. Like the textbooks will be like, and then in the early 2000s, Elon Musk sold PayPal and started SpaceX, and that's what changed the world. And we're going to have timeline like narratives like that. It really is, because and people don't get it. Like most people are just not even paying attention. They're just completely missing that you're living through a pivotal moment. And there's many things that are going on like that. It's not just him, but he's one of them that's like one of the easiest ones to see. So I highly recommend everybody figure it out. Like go read his biography that just came out. Pay attention to what he's doing. Follow a few YouTube channels that are keeping you updated, and you'll start to see like, oh man, there's some incredible things going on. Get a sense of like the vast improvements that he's making in these industries, like the incredible footprint that he's leaving on the planet. Figure it out. He's got machines building tunnels under the ground. Like I'm waiting. Like, does the future include like 10 years from now? Is there going to be like an underground base full of like TND robot mech warriors that rise up based with rocket boots? And I don't know. The future looks weird. But with what Elon has, like we are coming into a future with autonomous robots that are not only able to interact with us and be our buddies or whatever, but they're going to be building the things that we use. And he's scaling up his factories to be able to build hundreds of millions of these things. That's what he's preparing to do. And he's going to do it. There's going to be hundreds of millions of Tesla robots that are controlled by his AI that he's baking right now in the oven of, like, he's got Grok with Twitter. He's scraping massive amounts of data every day to train his new machine that he calls Cortex. And then meanwhile, he's got another company that's building a brain neuro interface. So like our machines will eventually be able to read our brain waves and we'll be able to interact with computers almost like telepathically. He's trying to do all of that stuff. And if you look at his track record, he pulls off the most incredible things you could imagine. He just landed a 300-foot rocket that weighs 1 million pounds coming down out of space at the speed of sound, right back where it landed, was launched from. And he caught it in the out of the air with like little mechanized arms. It's incredible.
I'm on board. I'm a Musk maximalist, but lots of people on our side think that he's a fake, that he's a Fed, that it's lies. So what do you say to the people who say that Elon Musk is a faker, for one, like the Thunderfoot? Do you see his criticisms?
Yeah, guys, for like the last 4 years, he's been
obsessed with him, hasn't he?
Yeah, just go look at that guy. Just look at him and listen to him for a minute and be like, do I think this guy's right? That guy's an idiot. That Thunderfoot guy's an absolute idiot. My favorite are the reels of him like making the wrong prediction all the time. Like he doesn't understand what's going on. Like he watches the SpaceX rocket launches and he'll watch it and react to it in real time. He's scoffing at it, and you can tell he doesn't even understand what's going on. He doesn't understand the sequence of the phasing of the rockets, and he's like, he doesn't know. So his job is just to talk shit. But these people, you might as well be a flat earther if you think Elon's like a fake and a Fed and a phony and a retard or something like that, because it's just like, you might as well just be like, oh, okay, anything I say is real. Like that's the way to criticize Elon, in my view. But there's too many really high level people that are really powerful. Here's the thing: it would have to be the reason why it's like flat Earth, because that would be a vast conspiracy to hide his ineptitude, because he's rubbing shoulders with other engineers that are highly respected and capable in their fields, and they all respect Elon. So are they all in on the lie? Like they're all pretending that he's smart when he's really the dunce, and they're pretending he's running his companies when it's really somebody else, and they're pretending like that doesn't make any sense. So like you have to
No.
have like give your head a shake, like figure it out.
Yeah,
That's what I would say to them.
One pushback against the idea that it's fake. I hear this. It's real conspiracy like tier stuff that Elon is like a puppet master. Just that simply the rules of companies and stock markets prevent him from lying. So like he would, investors would be able to, get him in prison if he was just like lying about the fact that satellites weren't real or the fact that
Right.
of what Tesla is going to do. So it is an incredibly risky thing when you have a public company like that to make any small lie.
Yeah, you think the SEC is he's getting away with like announcing fake profits and fake products, fake. He's just like it's all fake, and the accountants at Wall Street are just letting him get away with it. That doesn't make any sense.
I think to give like a more of a fair and realistic pushback, you could argue
Go on.
that Elon Musk is less of a genius and more of a Steve Jobs. And what I mean by that, Steve Jobs obviously created Apple, and he was a great marketer that created many fantastic products. And part of his marketing genius was the fact that he kind of presented himself to the world as a genius, right? He was a master of the spectacle, the great American entrepreneur that's creating this new technology and et cetera, and Americans being in the way they are, no offense, but Americans love their great big tech entrepreneurs, right? And he fitted that role very well, even though he himself, as far as I understand it, he didn't really know how to code and he didn't really have any kind of technical expertise. I think it would be fair to say that Elon Musk is a similar character. I'm sure he is highly intelligent and a great manager, but a lot of the hoo-ha about him being a great genius is partly, at least, marketing.
Yeah, I
agree with
think
that, but it's a
I don't think
visionary.
the idea is that he's a genius necessarily, or that he's the top engineer that's inventing all of the new tech. Like that's not the story. So it's sort of like a straw man. It's like, oh well, we can debunk that he's the biggest engineering genius. Well, like nobody's saying that. That's not what the story is. The story is that he is exactly like you said with the Steve Jobs thing, that he is, but also probably more proficient, because if you know anything about Steve Jobs, you're right, he didn't know shit about computers, at least at first. Surely he picked things up along the way, but he wasn't a computer engineer. He found Steve Wozniak, who was building circuit boards in his garage and hacking phone lines and things like that as a kid. And Steve Jobs, though, saw, hey, if you can do that, I wonder if we can take that and do this with it. And Steve Jobs, being the visionary that he was, did do that. And Wozniak wouldn't have gone anywhere except for to probably work at some, low-level engineering company at IBM or whatever and been lost into some, pool. But Steve Jobs went, hey, you're doing that? Can we do this with that? And Wozniak would go like, I don't know. And he'd be like, figure out how to do it. How would we do it? And Wozniak was, well, maybe I could if I stayed up all night for the next 3 days, but there's no way we can get done in time. And Steve Jobs was like, you're fucking staying up. I'm buying the coffee and I'll get the money and I'll sell it. Don't worry. We're figuring it out. And then so Steve Jobs did all of that, and while Wozniak's tinkering in his garage, making the chips work together, and then he finally at the last minute gets the product, and then Steve Jobs comes and sells it at the science fair, and he maybe talks it up and says that it can do more than it can do to get people to invest, and he puts himself out on a limb to get investors who are sort of like speculatively believing into Steve Jobs' hype a little bit. But then Steve takes the money, goes back with Wozniak, hires more engineers, fulfills the hype promise, and then it's like, wow, crazy, that motherfucker did that stuff. And then you have IBM and you have Mac, you have Apple, you have like one of the biggest tech companies in the world. That's because Steve Jobs was shucking and jiving like that. So Elon is doing a lot of stuff like that while he does have an engineering background, and he did start by coding his own video games and stuff. He also has this visionary angle where he goes out on the limb, he takes huge risks, he takes gambles. That's part of what makes it great to me. He takes gigantic gamble. He's got fucking balls of steel. He puts hundreds of millions of dollars of his own cash on the line all the time, and his reputation. And a lot of his gambles don't pay off. Sometimes the rocket blows up. Sometimes the project, the Hyperloop, didn't come to pass. Like, he fails a lot too. So he's making gigantic moves, and a lot of them are like right now he's all in on Trump. What if Trump doesn't win? Like, that would be crazy.
He's going to jail.
Yeah, I'm not disrespecting the man. I'm just saying, I'm actually defending him.
Yeah.
By just saying that people will
Yeah, I'm arguing against the
criticize.
people maybe that you're saying are the critics. Yeah, I'm
I'm,
going
yeah,
with you.
I'm dismissing the criticism of him because people will come and say, well, Elon's not a real scientist. He's just a showman. He's a stunt man. He's just a marketing man, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, I think that's true. He's a guy that brings together very intelligent people and gets them to build brilliant things in exactly the same way that Steve Jobs did. And
If you
he's
read
obviously very intelligent, but I don't think he's a great master scientist. I mean, he's obviously high IQ.
Yeah.
It's just he's a great salesman, and part of being a great tech salesman, in particular tech in America, is you do kind of have to market yourself as a genius. That's part of the game. Like people, you have to like put on this image of being super high IQ, super mathematical. That's just part of the way of selling the product, in my opinion. So I guess
he is pretty competent, though. I think he is competent. And when I hear, I listen to his interviews, and I'm a lay person, but I have an engineering background. And when I listen to him give interviews, and I love to watch these videos, and you should go watch the video of him giving like a 3-hour tour. He'll go with a cameraman for 3 hours, and he'll walk through his whole factory called the Starbase in Texas, where they're building the new spaceships. And while he's walking through that factory, he's describing to the cameraman every single thing that you walk by in great detail. And he's describing the new modifications that they made on the new jet engine, the new rocket engine that they made with the Raptor 2 version, the differences between Raptor 1 and Raptor 2. And he's talking about, and he, off the top of his head, is telling you very specific parameters of this and that Kelvin and this and that. It's like, and this is going to save this many kilograms. And this is why we did this, and the new treating process that we made for the nozzle. And he's like really tapped in on everything that they're doing. And I'm not saying that he's coming up with all these ideas. That's the wrong perspective to have. But the idea that he's somehow out of the loop and he's just like the face of just some sort of like rock star persona. No. He's totally tapped in on all the technology. He knows exactly what's going on with all of his businesses. He's giving tours of the Tesla factory and the new line where they're doing the gigapress, and he's explaining how it works and who they bought it from and why they went this way instead of the other way, and the casting process. And it's not like somebody told him all of this stuff and he's just like regurgitating because he's a showman. He is really intimately involved in every process of these things, and it is amazing. So while he is sort of marketing himself as a genius, he is a fucking genius. Let's get actually real. This dude is a fucking genius. Like, what is a genius if it's not a guy who's doing everything that he's doing? What's a genius?
You're talking about the tour with Tim Dodd, that everyday astronaut guy. Now, part of the criticism of Elon is that the Dear Moon project didn't end up working out on time, which was this thing which was going to take some civilians around the moon in the Starship. And it turns out like that the Starship program is probably like 5 years behind schedule.
Yeah,
but I know that I say to people,
Nikola Tesla had a lot of failed projects too. Nikola Tesla built
what I say to people
is
rocketry is hard. It actually is rocket science, but he is behind schedule, and so like some of the funding was cut. Tim Dodd can't now have his trip around the moon, but I think even he still like believes in the project, and we can see it working. I mean, so.
I think part of Elon's genius, I think part of it is that he does bullshit on a high level, which, by the way, does not mean that he's stupid. Intelligent people are liars, by the way. If you haven't noticed, some of the smartest people in the world are getting
exaggerates the timeline.
He exaggerates the timeline, exactly. So a lot of times he's telling people what they want to hear in a believable enough way, and then somehow getting out of it over and over again. But it's enough to get people to keep the dream alive. If you give them too long of a horizon of a timeline, and they won't buy into it. If you tell them, hey, we're going to accomplish this in 25 years from now, people are like, all right, well, call me in 18 years. I might be interested. But if you say, we're going to get this done in 3 years, they're like, here, take my money. So he's gathering money from gullible retards so he can do what he wants. That's not stupid. That's smart.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, you could compare him to Howard Hughes, I suppose. Howard Hughes. I mean, if you've seen the movie The Aviator, like they brought him in front of a Congress, didn't they? And they tried to grill him for wasting money and so on and so forth, because he had a lot of like failed projects. But nonetheless, he had a lot of great successes as well. I just wanted to like double down on the point I made, because I wanted to mention this guy's name. We were going to talk about it last week on the stream, but we didn't. But Geoffrey Hinton, British Canadian computer scientist, recently just won an award. I think it was a
Nobel Prize.
Nobel Prize. Yeah, it was a Nobel Prize
Yep.
for artificial
For
intelligence
AI.
and physics, essentially. Great English man,
I
really
think he's
pushed.
Canadian. Oh, British Canadian. Okay.
British Canadian, yeah, but he was considered to be just like an out there kind of like wacko back in the day until his method of artificial intelligence worked, and essentially he's like a real central key figure in this new artificial intelligence boom. And I think perhaps some of the frustration that people might have with Elon is that it's like you've got this great guy in the background, a genuine genius, Jeffrey Hinton, and nobody knows his name. Even I don't know his name. I've got to look him up on Wikipedia just to mention him on the show, right? Nobody's talking about Jeffrey Hinton, but everyone's talking about Elon Musk, and it's I don't know. It seems kind of maybe a little bit unfair.
You get the theoreticians, and then you get the people who put it into practice. So, like Jeffrey Hinton is one of these, I guess he's a theory cell guy. One of the interesting facts is that, like, you now see Nobel Prize winners in physics are actually computer science guys, and this like shows you where the revolution is happening in physics. It's not in the theory anymore. It's like in the practice. AI is like even bleeding into Nobel Prizes.
Yeah, I think people. The question becomes like, who's more important, the guy who invents the thing or the guy who builds the thing? And Jeffrey Hinton didn't build AI. While he might have had an incredible breakthrough and he might be a brilliant mind, and it's all fantastic, we wouldn't be talking about AI unless let's get real, unless OpenAI existed. OpenAI was started by Elon Musk, who went and got Sam Altman's money and put it together with Ilya Sutskever as a crack team to make ChatGPT, which we've all heard of, which all did come from the deep learning. And we heard about DeepMind, and we heard about Deep Blue, and we heard about when they started beating chess champions and Go champions, and they were learning how to do machine learning. But it wasn't until somebody made it into this new transformer architecture and then released it to everybody and made it accessible for everybody to use, and now it's making a difference in the world. That's because of Elon. Again, one more thing, it's like, how many things can Elon do to change the world before, like rockets and electric cars and tunneling and robots and Neuralink? And he started OpenAI, which is like, it's unbelievable that one man's doing all that. I think that's part of the skepticism people have. They think it must be a joke. It must be fraud. There's no way a one guy could actually do all that stuff. He's also got like 10 kids from 5 different movie stars or something. It's just like he's on Saturday Night Live and he's always tweeting all the time. And how is he doing all this stuff and doing podcast interviews and tours everywhere? And he owns Twitter now. And he's just like, how could one guy do all that? Well, that's what I'm telling you. We are living in the presence of somebody who's going to
autism.
That's known. Yeah, right. It's like what happens when autism goes right in a way,
Seeing as we're having this extended conversation about AI and the big tech future, somebody in the chat has reminded me I have to ask you the $6 million Linux question. Where do you stand on Linux? I am a Linux enjoyer. I am an appreciator of Richard Stallman. I think that proprietary software is essentially as a form of tyranny. It's a repression of freedom of speech. If you have software on your computer and you can't see the code, then you don't know what that software is doing, and it can be spying on you, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think in order to preserve freedom, everybody should be using Linux, and I'm thoroughly disappointed that the conspiracy theory movement hasn't really jumped on the Linux train. It just has not become popular over the last few years. Even with all this big tech censorship, it's for whatever reason, nobody ever seems to talk about Linux. It seems to me that we are entering into a future of surveillance and a giant digital prison. And it seems the only thing that can stop this digital prison from being created or from infringing on us too much is to have and to use open source software so that we know what it's doing and so we can protect ourselves from it. So what do you think about Linux? Are you Linux pilled?
I've never used Linux for 1 second in my life. I wouldn't know where to start.
Right.
I run an Apple iPhone, but I also have a Microsoft operating system on my computer. And the only reason I still have an iPhone is because one time I went and tried to get an Android, and I used it for about 10 minutes and I realized, oh, this is actually going to be too much of a waste of my time trying to learn this new operating system. So I swapped it back and I went back to iOS because I can't be bothered to, I don't care. So I'm not going to go learn some, some other operating system like Linux or something like that. Sure. Maybe there's like, I've never felt for a moment like, oh, I wish I had another operating system. So, and I'm not even really a conspiracy theorist. I mean, since you mentioned it, I mean, look, that's not true. I mean, I do understand that there is conspiring going on, but
hang on. Is 9/11 an inside job or not?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Yes.
I guess that's so mainstream now in America. It's not even really considered conspiracy anymore.
Yeah.
Like I remember 10, 15 years ago, that was still a massive taboo. But now it's like everyone's just like, yeah, 9/11, inside job.
But now, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you think that the COVID vaccine was designed to turn your mud into glue, your blood into glue, and fertilize you and kill you and give you heart attacks. No, but I only didn't do that because fuck
it's
them.
Safe and effective, by the way, for YouTube.
Safe and effective, YouTube. We love the vax. Safe and effective.
Yeah. The only reason I didn't take it because all the people were telling me to take it. I don't like those people, so it was just like a big fuck you to them. I don't like any of the ones who were telling me to do it, so I'm just like against people I don't like. Straight up, I'd rather die. I'd rather get sick. And I also I'm strong. I'm robust. I'm not like overweight. I'm not old. And I figured I'd rather just get the flu and survive it and get natural immunity. And they were like, no, take the vaccine that we just invented. And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't trust it just because it's new. But do I think that they weaponize some special poison that they're putting in all? Dude, I don't run around thinking that is my point. It's and trying to tell everybody that's what's going on. And you better not take it. And, it does worry me. It could be, I don't know. And the origins of the thing with some sort of weaponized Wuhan thing. I don't know. But I'm not trying to hide from, I'm not trying to hide my activity. I accept that they know everything that I'm doing and every word that I'm saying and every site that I'm looking at. And I just try to keep my hands clean and, hope they don't, throw me in a gulag, maybe.
I mean, are you not worried about privacy? Because I've been trying to talk about this on the internet for years. I've been trying to explain to people that copyright is censorship. I've been trying to explain to people that even the term itself, copyright, comes from the Elizabethan period when they would give people the right to copy a Bible, because obviously at that time it was the Reformation, and so you had all these different Bibles being printed, and so the government wanted to control it. They wanted to control people's freedom of speech, essentially. So copyright has always been censorship, and it is a form of mind control. It is a way of making people shut up. I mean, one example of this is you look at the movie industry today. You look at all the ideas that are in people's heads. Everybody knows who Superman is. Everybody knows all the Marvel superheroes. Everybody knows about the Alien. Everybody knows about all these giant franchises that are in the mass media. And yet we have no ownership over any of these ideas at all. If you want to write your own Superman movie, you're not really allowed to do it, or at least you wouldn't be allowed to sell it. And so we live in this very strange kind of bizarre world where there's this, we're infected with this mythology. We grow up with this fake kind of Jewish mythology. We're indoctrinated by it, and we have no ownership of it. In fact, probably 90 to 90% of all the music, all the ideas, all the stories out there are essentially just owned by giant corporations, and it's this giant internationally owned brainwashing machine, which essentially raises us, and it's all built on the foundation of copyright. And essentially it boils down to giant corporations owning these ideas and using them and welding them against us. So I've always been very, very against this personally. I think we should tear this down. I think we should rip down the international brainwashing machine by just saying, fuck you and fuck your copyright. I believe in free ideas and freedom of speech. But I mean, I've been trying to explain this idea for a long, long time to people on the internet. Nobody seems to have any idea what I'm talking about.
Well, I see copyright, regardless of its origins, and many times what a thing is can be related to where it came from. But it can also take on a life of its own many times. But the way that I see it now is sort of just it's an imposition of a tax, essentially. They tax you to use an idea, right?
Yeah.
That's essentially what copyright is. So if you're against taxes, that's fine. But the way I see it is that it's like you could be mad and say like we should tear this down. But my form of revolution that I tend toward personally is that the way to overcome a thing is to make it obsolete, and you just kind of like have to outdo it, and that's really harder, than you can just try to rip it down and abolish it and replace it by force and revolution or something. But a lot of times you can engineer and strategize and just sort of like evolve your way beyond the thing and make it obsolete. Because like we didn't have to abolish bows and arrows. We just like we overcame the Indians with technology, like the Cheyenne, like the Cherokees, I should say. It was like the revolver that ended up beating them. I heard it was like it's always some sort of innovation. So it's like Napster and Spotify and things like this. These are changing the playing field with regard to copyright. There's challenges
but I would argue.
Soon, yeah.
Sorry, I would argue, for example, like you're pushing for this idea. Elon Musk is going to change the world. Elon Musk is going to build all this tech, and he's going to copyright all of it, and he's going to own all of it. So yeah, he will change the world, and he will own that technology. And me and you and the common ordinary man, we will not be able to replicate his technology. It will be owned by the elites.
Yeah, but why should you be able to?
Well, if you want the world to be free, if you want people to be free, you have to be able to.
I don't want the world to be free. That's not a priority of mine. I don't give a fuck about free.
Right. So you want to live under Elon's tech tyranny?
Like, do you want should I be able to just like walk into your house and like sit on your couch?
No, but I think you should be able to build your own robot and your own AI if you want to.
Why?
That should be open source.
But what if your robot hurts my kids? Like, fuck you. I don't want you to be able to.
It comes down to as well, why would Elon do it if there wasn't a profit to be made in it for him? If the moment
that's the way the system's set up. I mean, I appreciate that. I don't really like fully blame Elon for it. I'm just pointing out that we live in a world
where profit is the motivator, isn't it?
Yeah, we live in a world where the tech, right, and the copyright or the intellectual property for the tech is all owned by giant corporations. This is not something that happened in the past. In a more traditionalist medieval society, like the technology was open source, right? You could build a house, you could build a plow, you could make a sword, you could make a bow and arrow, whatever kind of tech they had back in those days. It was all open source. If you saw your neighbor's plow and it was better than yours, you could copy it, right? And this was the way that technology evolved for a long time until the Industrial Revolution. And even after that, I mean, even in the early 20th century, for example, the pharmaceutical industry in Italy was completely open source. People used to see, oh, look, that company over there has made a great drug. We can retrofit that and we'll make a better drug. And they used to jam off each other and develop great technology in that way. I just think it's a superior way of developing technology, and it's a way which opens up the market so that smaller businesses can enter into the market. And what copyright does is essentially it shuts out poor people, and you're creating a situation where only giant corporations that can afford access to the technology are able to make the technology, and thus you drive the whole of humanity into poverty. Because ordinary people can't build the tech because they can't afford to pay the royalties.
But the argument is that if something takes like $100 billion of research and development and investment over like 15 years, then all that money has to be put in as investment in there. And if they're not going to get anything out of it, somebody's just going to be able to copy it at the end, then everybody will just wait for somebody else to do it.
Yeah, and
so it will never get built.
The counter argument to that is that you don't need the $100 billion of investment. All you do is just you put the tech out there for free, and the people of the world will just develop it in a natural and organic way. So you just copy each other. You build on the shoulders of giants, essentially. But it's a hypothetical. I mean, I'm just
people. I don't have a whole lot of respect for normal people or plebs. I'm sort of an aristocratic person. I think that the strong and best will Like if you can't win, then fuck you. It's like you just do better. just be better. I don't care that. Like, what do you want to do? You want to like copy somebody's computer chip in your garage and they're not letting you? Like, I don't get what the problem is.
Well, like I was trying to say in the beginning, I one of the reasons I'm pushing forward this idea of Germanic paganism saving the white race is because I think that is the way that we are programmed to live as white men. We came from that society, and if you look at the way the Germanic pagans behaved, they didn't have any copyright. They lived in a very free and liberal society.
Yeah, but they also lived in the woods and they like shit in a bucket.
Yeah, well, they had a vote and they could build stuff and they could sing songs. You can
still make your own plow, man. Yeah, like what kind of thing? You mentioned the Industrial Revolution. Well, that sort of changed the. We're in a different world now. You can still build your own boat. You can still
but copyright is not a technological invention. It is a social contract. It's a legal idea.
But Brutus, if you invented something
in general,
if you invented something as a small guy, right? How the only thing that would prevent the big corporations from stealing it from you and you ever succeeding would be if you could copyright it.
Well, I wouldn't. If I invented something, I'd just put it in the public domain.
Well, then you're just
you're eliminating profit as a motive, then, aren't you?
Well, I'm not an inventor. I mean, I've written songs. I haven't copyrighted any of them. I mean, I just wouldn't. I just don't really believe in it. I don't believe in copyright. I'm sorry, I just don't. I think it's. I think you're monopolizing something. I don't think you should be able to own intellectual ideas. Ideas should be free.
I'm all about ownership. I think that's how we get along.
Like communism.
Yeah, whatever allows us to get along.
No, you should definitely own physical property, but to own an idea is just censorship. Always has been. And censorship is a restriction of freedom of speech. And if you're restricting freedom of speech, then you're preventing people from discovering the truth. Which is fundamentally evil.
I don't think they're copywriting the truth, though. I mean, freedom of speech.
They kind of are. I mean, they'll copyright books. They'll copyright books and then take them out of publication. I mean, you can't print 200 years together.
Yeah, but that's not because of copyright.
That's not because of copyright. But they will copyright things and take them. They'll copyright technology. People will come up with some crazy free energy technology, and then some big company will come along, copyright it, and then just.
Well, that's not even true. That just literally is fake. There's no free energy machines that got taken away. That's just myths.
You think that's all just myths?
Yeah,
you don't think people create crazy tech and then a company comes along, copyrights it, and just shelves it because they can't make a profit out of it?
No, I don't think so. Would you have an example?
Oh,
they're sort of like legends.
Yeah, legends.
I don't think so.
I can't think of an example. To be fair, I cannot think of an example off the top of my head, but it is the kind of thing that you hear of on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It's internet stuff, magnet motors and water motors, and this is just bullshit. I know a guy who got approached by men in black who told him he can't make that. It's like that's just fake. It's just like alien technology, Area 51. I mean, maybe, but like, no. I think you have a right to your property. I think intellectual property is a gray area, but we are in the age of information. We're in the information age. We're in the post-industrial age. We are in the information age, and we're going into the intelligence age, which is again where I was going with. Like, you just have to engineer your way out of that age. If you're in an age that requires a certain type of limitation, then you got to get past that age. And we're going to the intelligence age where information is going to become free to everybody, and you're going to be able to use it's going to be very interesting. Again, back to the AI pill. In the future, I think, like, if you have a problem with social credit scores in China coming to you, you're going to hate the future, because I think anybody who's untrusted and essentially unrighteous is not going to be allowed to live with us anymore, because they'll be too fucking dangerous, because everybody's going to be so powerful. Because if you have access to the agents and the AI agents and the things that we're all going to have access to, we're going to have almost limitless abundance. And if you're too wasteful, if you're too greedy, if you're too trashy, if you make too much waste, if you're dangerous, guns should only be in the hands of people who know how to wield them safely. And the technology that we're about to invent is going to be so powerful that it will be dangerous in the hands of flippant fools. So they're not going to be allowed to use it. They will be shut off from it. And you only will be able to use these new tools if you're trusted. And it's going to be a type of censorship that's way beyond what we're experiencing now. Only people who are absolutely authorized and certified and totally trusted by everybody are going to even have access to the big things that are coming, and it's for our own good because we.
Yeah.
And you think that's good? I mean, all the tech will
Whoa.
just end up getting owned by trannies.
But
It'd
just
be
a minute, would you
tyranny.
would you want Islamic State to have like the source code to like the thing that can just end the world?
Right? No, I don't.
What?
Right? And
No, yeah, that is a fair comeback. Like I do believe that weaponry should be protected. So I'm not an anti-copyright absolutist. No, I'm not. I've never claimed to be. But I do think that ordinary domestic use technology, like a television, a computer, etc., should be open to the people. And I believe that because I believe in liberty, and I think that small businesses are the foundation of liberty. And in order for small businesses to thrive, they have to be able to build and repair their own tech, essentially.
liberty for everybody.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, so then our ancestors who got in their ships and went across to another shore and raped and pillaged and took all their shit, they were bad.
No, I never said that. Okay, liberty for everyone.
They were infringing on the liberty of those people to live freely.
Okay, liberty for the Englishman.
Oh, so only liberty for your kin and your people.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So then join the people who have all the power, and then you're free. Freedom in our age is money. It's money and access and respect and good credit. That's how you get liberty. It's like it used to be free in the old days. If you had weapons and a ship, then you were free to do as you fucking please because nobody could stop you. And it's the same today. You could just get power, and then nobody can fucking stop you. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced by that. I mean, it seems like in England we live under a tyranny. It seems like in America, the white middle class.
That's only because you guys are
completely destroyed.
Because you haven't ganged up. The way that you got power in the old days was by being part of a big ass gang.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like America used to be
die with each other.
America used to be a free country, and now it's gradually being transformed into a tech tyranny. And I don't know. I mean, it seems like you're kind of okay with it. I mean, I'm not okay with it.
Yeah, well,
I would like the people to fight back.
Yeah, the idea that it was free, but it was free. You were free to participate along with the agreed rules of participation. You weren't free to do whatever you want.
But it was better in the past, though, don't you think?
I mean, they didn't have air conditioning or running water. I mean, that wasn't great.
Oh, fuck, man. Okay.
Look, I'm with big tech here. I think the only way to the future is through. I mean, you can't fight the incoming tide. You just can't do it. You'll be left behind.
Right. Yeah, so hang on. Well, wait a second. I'm just a little bit confused. Yep. Maybe you can explain this to me. But for a long time, I've been pointing out that the great golden age of the white race, for example, was essentially what is known as the Victorian period. I mean, in America, maybe you'd call it the Gilded Age or the Wild West or whatever, but it was an age of the late Victorian period in particular, an age of great liberty, an age of marriage. Men and women got married. They had lots of kids. They had freedom of speech. They had freedom of religion. They had the right to bear arms. Every man in this country used to have the right to bear arms. I mean, London used to be filled full of guns. We dominated and conquered the entire world, and it was essentially a golden age. And one of the arguments I've been pushing for a long time is that, well, we should look at how they operated and we should return to that. And now you're telling me that age was rubbish because they didn't have air conditioning. And apparently it's better nowadays eating our goy slop and getting brainwashed by Netflix because we've got air conditioning. I mean, I don't understand it.
But that was the age that they were in. It's like you can't return to that age. It's impossible.
We've got new technology, and I understand that with new technology, you need new laws to adapt to the new technology. But their legal framework and their way of living, I think, was good.
All right. Well, I mean, powdered wigs and corsets, and it's like you can. That's they were
Let's
just doing
go.
different shit. It's like fine, but like good luck trying to get back there. But the streetlights were lit with they now we've got like gas and stuff. It's like wow, neat. But these were like on the cusp of the Industrial Revolution. Like they were about to discover steam power and all these things. They were getting it, and they were about to do transcontinental railroads and locomotion and electricity and the World's Fair, spreading technology everywhere. It changed everything, man. So like there are moments in time. So like that's like in my view, that's like saying, well, the boom right after the war, the 1930s and 40s were a nightmare, but the 50s were great because look at the cars with the curved glass and the big fins and the round headlights and the the poodle skirts and the bop and the jukebox, and that's America. It's like that was just a moment in time that was a convergence of forces and everything was just right. And, they were in between this and that. It was like before the sexual revolution in Vietnam and everything. It was after the World War II and everybody came home, and it's like, all right, there's certain moments where everything comes together in a certain way and you could find great things about it and be nostalgic about it. But it's not like meant to last, or that was an ideal thing that should be strived for. It's more like that's the result of certain circumstances. That's how I see these moments in time.
But they had liberty. I mean, the great story of your nation is the quest for liberty. You fought a revolutionary war against us. You fought a massive online protracted race war against the Indians and essentially genocided them. And then you built the most powerful nation in the world. And you did it with Enlightenment principles and voting and the right to bear arms and a belief in small businesses and home ownership.
The discovery of a vast Western territory with limitless resources and almost nobody there, and almost who was our enemy? Like the Mexicans. Yeah, we fought a war against the Mexicans and we defeated the Indians, and we had our own civil war, and we've gone through there's a million things that we went through on the way there, but it included discovering this it's like we inherited $1 billion trillion. Like we found the fucking new world. So it wasn't just our ideas of liberty that made it great. It was literally a brand new territory that we took over and expanded into massively. And by the way, we had a huge inheritance of many of the best people of the world, of Europe, the adventurers, the engineers, those seeking profit and adventure. They came over in ships, in droves, came to our cities and ports. Then they went to the west and they brought their guns and they fought the savages and the bears and the mosquitoes and forged the rivers and built new cities, and it was all new. So of course we'd be, and we were competing with old empires that had old foundations and old problems and old crumbling infrastructures and old traditions, and we had room for expansion that was uncontrolled, and we could just grow. So it's that's why we were great. Largely because of our ideas, sure. But if the Muslims found America, they might be the superpower.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so
Well,
at all. I mean, I think I definitely agree. I definitely agree. You had this giant land mass, and you landed there, and so there's a lot of room for expansion. But the quest for liberty was part of the story.
It was part of the story, but so was the Mississippi River, and we didn't make that with our ideas. It just existed.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't agree that the Muslims would have built a great country there. I don't think they would have gone there in the first place, to be honest with you. But I just feel it's a shame that you just want to throw your freedoms away and just follow Elon Musk and his copyrighted tech utopia.
They're building it either way, whether you like it or not. What about that though? Right. It's coming whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
You have to, and like Darwin says, who survives is who adapts, not
right.
Okay, well, how do I survive? I mean, how do I do that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you can bitch about it, you can try to revolt against it, and you can try to overcome it, and you can be mad at it and try to avoid it, or you can embrace it, make it a part of your lifestyle, and find out how could I use this to propagate more white babies if that's what I want? How could I use this to make myself have more power and access to money and an influence if that's what I want? How could I just be a man of the age that I'm in? That's what I think is the right way to be. It's not about longing for anything in the past. It's about being the best. Okay, if I was an alien, a shapeshifter who landed on this planet today, and my true form was some sort of space lobster, but I had the ability to shapeshift, I would turn myself into a human man, and then what man would I be? How would I live my life? That's how you should actually just live your life as a natural born man. Just be in the age that you're in and be the best version of that age. That's what the best men always were.
Yeah, I mean, okay, okay. I appreciate that, but I think that in the past, people were in America. People were able to have that kind of entrepreneurial dream and make something of themselves because they lived in a free culture. But in this culture that's being built by these tech giants, they own all the tech, and it's their club, and I don't think they're going to let me or you or anybody into it. It's just going to be a small elite group of people ruling over a mass serfdom.
What age was it not like that?
Well, America in the late Victorian period, essentially.
America was absolutely
throughout its entire history. Actually, it was
definitely was like that. There was the East India Trading Company owned that's what they were revolting against that with the tea stuff, but really that was also like an excuse for them to steal a bunch of land from another giant club that owned the land. So we like stole this land from the British, we claimed it for our own, we gave ourselves a justification and God-given rights for blah blah blah, and then they were all Freemasons and this and that, and they joined together. But there was absolutely a bunch of clubs, and if you were against them, they would. Do you think they let you do business if you didn't, pay the right taxes to this person and grease the right palms?
But
I should say, if you weren't respected, you couldn't get away with some new thing if they didn't want you to. In that era too, there's always gangs. You could
go out into the countryside and start a small business. I mean, all right, let's approach this from a different angle. I mean,
what do you mean in the countryside? A small business? You mean like a trapper who catches raccoons and sells the skins? Like what do you mean?
Start a shop. I mean, whatever. I mean,
in the countryside, who's going to buy your product in the countryside when there's nobody around? If you wanted to make any money and have any actual thing, you had to deal with cities then too.
Lots of small businesses. Okay, for example, there's a YouTuber called Luke Smith who talked about this. It's a famous video he made called The Boomer Economy, and he was making the point that before the age of the baby boomers, most of the people in America worked for themselves, or they owned their own small business essentially, and then the boomers came in and
they were mostly all poor too. Yeah.
Oh, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it. I just think it's false. And now you're in the past, you're middle class. They used to own their own properties and they used to own their own businesses. Now they just work for corporations. They're corporate slaves. It's a total transformation of culture.
What? I don't know. I don't really understand even the concept. Like, what did they do?
Well, so like instead of owning your own coffee shop, now you'll be a manager at Starbucks, for example. Or like we've got Donald Trump here at McDonald's.
What era are we talking about that they owned coffee shops?
Well, like in the past, before we had all these chain stores and franchises and etc., you could
what part of the past?
You could travel. Well, let's say before the 1950s, whatever. You could travel across America, and every cafe or eating place, restaurant, whatever you want to call it, essentially it would be a small business, right? Now, most of the cafes and so on and so forth, it's Starbucks, it's McDonald's, etc., etc. So my argument is you don't have as much opportunity to make money as you did in the past because the corporations have taken over. So instead of owning your own small business, now you're a manager in McDonald's and you work for somebody else.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. But
that's the squeezing of the middle class, though, isn't it?
Exactly. And the middle class was built on liberty, and liberty means ownership of small businesses and ownership of land. And now the corporations are taking everything and creating a new serfdom.
There's still plenty of people. It's just the thing is that the way I think it's going is that it's just moved. All right. And it used to be that restauranteering was a thing that hadn't become a scalable corporate entity, and so there used to be a lot of small restaurants, but that didn't make people rich. It wasn't that Joe's Diner was it used to be that the person who owned that diner was somebody who was just like, they slaved at their own diner. They were there every day, all day, and they had all the responsibility on their back. Some of them made some money. Some of them went broke. They worked their fingers to the bone till they died at that diner, serving coffee themselves. Joe was there. And Joe had a small apartment down the street that wasn't very luxurious, and he was saving money if he could, but he also didn't have good health care, and he died of cancer. And it's like
I think you're painting quite a miserable picture of the past. I mean,
sometimes it was great, No, I think you're painting a romantic version of the past.
Well, now you got to slave your ass off working in a business that you don't own. Now
you
got
don't
to slave
have
your
to
ass
do
off
that.
working
There's
50 hours a
so
week
many
for
people that are
McDonald.
you can sit at home and make money on the internet now, and you might say, "Oh, but that's tacky or whatever." But there's so many new entrepreneurial, industrial people who are figuring things out on their own, and there's people who are doing cringe things. They're like, I'm a health consultant, I'm an at-home life coach, I'm a relationship consultant, I'm a online marketer, I sell kayaks on Facebook. Like, there's, and you might say like, yeah, oh, but that's dehumanizing or whatever. But like, our older ancestors would have thought that sitting inside of a diner 12 hours a day is dehumanizing. Pouring the same cup of coffee over and over, washing the same dishes, filling out the same order slip from your food vendor is, so you have a romantic version of running a restaurant, whereas your old ancestors would have thought that's a mechanized lifestyle of human slavery inside of a building behind glass windows under a roof, wearing an apron all day for my whole fucking life. You want to do that to me? That's slavery. Your old ancestors who truly lived free in the woods would have said. So
well,
it's like,
I understand what you're saying. I
like,
mean,
do you want to shit in a bucket in the woods? Do you want to be a slave to your own restaurant? Do you want to sit at home and dabble in the computer? Do you want to go work in Silicon Valley? You can do whatever you want.
I understand what you're saying. In response to that, I would argue that the entire online entrepreneur meme is fake and gay, and it doesn't exist in real life. And I think it's a false entrepreneurialism which is being sold to people on the internet, whilst the middle classes is being crushed. Essentially, everybody's being crushed and pushed into corporate slavery. And while they're doing it, the giant corporations are selling us this mirage and saying, don't worry about it, bro. Just start a blog and sell tweed to people or something. Whereas only a very, very, very small amount of people are actually able to make money out of this. Whereas in the past, a much wider group of people, i.e. the middle classes, were actually able to own real physical businesses and make money out of it and stand on their own 2 feet without being pushed around by a giant corporation or big daddy government. So I just unfortunately, I just don't really agree in the whole internet entrepreneur thing. It just seems to me to be false.
Well, if I can pipe in, I think you're both
I do appreciate, before you make a comeback, I do appreciate that is very, very difficult for me to prove, but it's also very difficult for you to prove that it actually is real.
Well, here's the thing, Brutus. I think you're actually talking to somebody who's doing it right now. Big tech, aren't you making your money on the internet?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's proven it by doing it in a way.
Yeah, I wasn't even trying either. I lost my job because I lost my job because of COVID. I used to have a job, and I worked for a $50 million company, and it was in the aerospace industry, and I was just like a cog in their wheel. But I loved it. I was doing what I like to do, and I worked with a cool team of people, and I was building test equipment for aerospace, and it was cool. But anyway, it all shut down because of COVID. The headquarters was in Italy, where they got hit the first, and they shut down the headquarters. And then soon after, they shut down my local branch where we were doing our stuff, and then they moved it all to Mexico so they could reopen quicker, and we all lost our jobs. So, but I ended up online. But it turns out, like, well, anyway, it's not for everybody. But I just kind of, I had free time because of COVID, and I just didn't go back. But it is possible to do. I didn't go craft this for myself, but I always kind of wondered if it was possible. And as soon as I started dabbling and found it, it's actually not that hard. There are things that you can do. I mean, I have a very particular niche where I don't even know how I ended up finding fans who want to listen to me bullshit on the internet. But I didn't mean to say that the point is that the only way you can be an entrepreneur now is to get online. I've got a lot of entrepreneurial friends I've got friends who are contractors. I got a buddy who owns a tire shop. I know people who buy and sell real estate. There's a million things you can do that have nothing to do with working at Starbucks. That is what most people do. But again, we're in a different age, and I like to grab a Starbucks when actually I don't go to Starbucks, but I mean, I like that it's available. I don't love that the world's been strip malled. I don't like that it's covered in this and that little corporate bullshit. That's not my favorite style of enterprising or whatever. And it could look better, but I think that we're on our way to a different future as well. But I mean, if you don't like how it is now, this is my point, is that you're really going to hate the future, because in the future, Starbucks is going to be straight up literal robots. There's not even going to be real people working there. And the person changing your tires is going to be a robot. In fact, you're going to drive your car in, and robot drones that don't even look like people are going to be crawling all over the floor, putting the tire on your car, and they're going to change it right on your rim instead of putting it onto a chartered machine. It's going to be weird. And many of the jobs that we're doing are going to change. And I think that we're in a transition. Like I said about the butterfly, what we're doing right now is not going to a new future that you hate. It's actually that the future that you're romantic about is the caterpillar past. The past is the caterpillar of humanity. We're leaving humanity behind. So you are right, and I do agree with you that it's becoming more inhuman. We are becoming robots. We are being robotized by the corporations because the future truly, literally is robotic. We are leaving humanity behind. The human thing to do is hunter-gatherer. But I think that as soon as we invented fire, well, again, if you mean that I think that this should happen or that I want to make it happen by transhumanists, no. But I do believe it is happening and it's inevitable. And I think that the progress was in place like from the moment we discovered fire, and then discovering agriculture, and then learning how to make cement, and then the Bronze and Iron Age, and all these things are just progress toward the inevitable outcome. And if you look over human history, it's only a few thousand years, really, the recorded part anyway. And that's a blip in time. And I think we basically are an onboarding like what humanity is actually something that's not intended to endure forever. We are like the onboarding system. We are the boot program that your computer uses that fires up at the beginning when the operating system's coming on. A different system runs for a little while. We're the booting program for the actual thing that humanity really is going to be. For the rest of forever, we're not going to be anything like we are now or what we have.
You're accepting that the robots are just going to kill us all off.
No, we are going to become more robotic.
Okay.
So, and I did say that I think it could be that there's a massive depopulation, whether it's by we all get beheaded or whatever, or maybe we just don't breed as much. And
I'm going to kill all the robots. I'm going to fucking smash them. I'm going to go full Luddite, and I'm going to just pound.
There are going to be people who try to do that.
I'm sorry, MI5, if you're listening, I'm not going to do that. But I mean, I don't know. Actually, I mean, no offense to you or anything, but I just will say it does actually make me a little bit angry, like you're saying this, and I'm just thinking, actually, do you know what? Fuck the robots, fuck them. I don't want to live in a fucking future like run by fucking machines. It's bringing out my inner Luddite in a little bit of a way. I mean, I'm sure you realize, like in England, in the Industrial Revolution, we had like peasants that used to go into the factories and smash the machines.
Right.
I don't know, man. Like, no, I don't want to.
What if it means
the computer? I don't want to do that.
What if it means we don't need the immigrants anymore, though?
Well, I think that worked for the Japanese, sure, if they managed to get there in time. Our elite seem to like immigrants, actually, so I don't know.
The conspiracy theory that I love, that I like to buy into, is that our elite actually don't hate us, and that what they're doing is they put everything into AI, and they believe that AI will solve everything, and then and it's just like all in on AI, that they're going to solve the economy, solve all the problems, and then the immigrants can go home and we'll live happily ever after.
Yeah, maybe, and maybe they'll master genetic engineering, and obviously everybody likes white people, and so people will just like do genetic engineering to have white babies, and so like
I really think that's going to happen. Yeah, if you look,
it genuinely could happen because people like blue eyes; they think it's beautiful. So you know.
Dark women are always trying to lighten their skin and lighten their hair and put on contacts to make it look like they're blue. And, short people are trying to be taller and slender and more white. And once we get CRISPR gene editing off and you can have basically a white child, everybody's going to do it.
Everybody's going to do it, you know?
Yeah. So if the future is basically like this homogenous society of beautiful, high IQ people who are served by robots and they all get along and just do whatever they want, like, I think that it's kind of like that. And I think the machine is going to treat us like pets, and we're going to become less natural as time goes on. And whether or not it's more cyborg or whatever, it could be like that. But in the way that like a beautiful pedigree dog is pretty far removed from the wild African dog or the wolf that it came from, they're still beautiful creatures. And the little kitty cat that I got in my house is nothing like the wild cat that it came from. And its instinct even isn't totally natural. There's some remnant in there of the jungle or the forest or the trees that it came from, and the predatory nature, and it still loves to bat a little ball around, and it's cute. It's actually the predatory nature of the little house cat that I have is adorable to me. And I think the human nature that we have will still be with us in the future while we are domesticated far from the form that we currently inhabit. And I think the best possible outcome is that the intelligent machine offspring that we're about to spawn through AI, it will look on us as like sort of affectionate and think that we're sort of adorable and keep us essentially as lovable pets in a way that seems very demeaning. But I think it's probably a link to one of our best chances of actually surviving, because otherwise it could say that we're totally irrelevant and not need us anymore, and might even find us as wasteful and stinky and expensive to keep alive, and it might just annihilate us. And it will have the ability to do it unless it finds some quality in us that it finds endearing, or it wants to work with, or maybe it wants to integrate into us, because rather than having to have nuclear power plants and fusion, maybe it finds a way to integrate its technology into our bodies itself, because we run at low temperature and we run off sugar and glucose and stuff, and it's actually easier to maintain. It might be that we either integrate with the machine, or we find something that it finds appealing that we can accentuate in ourselves. But there is going to be a massive adaptation, like you mentioned, Darwin, before. Those who adapt survive, and there's going to be people who adapt to the future and people who don't. And the ones who don't, I don't think the Luddites are going to make it. I don't think there's going to be room. I think the world is going to get rewilded. I think if you want to move around the world, you're going to have to do it in an airship. I don't think we're going to be covering the road and the world in paved surfaces and parking lots anymore. I don't think we're going to be laying pipes in the ground and cables. Everything's going to be wireless. Everything's going to be 3D printed. And if you're not tapped into the network of machine intelligence that's doing all that stuff, you're not going to survive. You're going to have to live with the bears in the woods, and that's not going to be tolerated either, because it's going to be weird. I think the whole Earth is going to turn into some sort of weird cyber garden. We're going to like control everything and fix the environment, clean the oceans. I'm hopeful for all that. I think it's really possible, not far out of grasp. But I think we're also going to go to space, and we're going to have giant floating civilizations up there. There's no reason to not do it.
Let's go.
And I think that we'll be genetically modifying ourselves with life extension technology. We'll have therapies that can overcome almost all of our ailments and diseases, be able to regenerate our form, possibly clone ourselves. Like, all this stuff it sounds sci-fi and crazy, but so does AI. And they were talking about that 60, 80 years ago. You go back to the 70s and listen to Tim Leary talking about the cybernetic future and stuff. He was talking about soon people are going to be talking to each other through their own TV stations and their own TVs, and everybody's going to have their own TV show, and we're all going to be talking to each other through the TV networks. He was talking about what we're doing right now. And it sounded crazy then, but here you and I are doing it. So everything I just said, I think that's actually going to literally fucking happen. And it seems crazy, but when we're doing it, it'll feel like, well, of course we did that. We just unlocked how to do it.
It will all be owned by the corporations because of copyright. I mean, it's not that I'm against your big tech utopian vision.
I don't think.
I've also spent my whole life dreaming about robots and drones. And
I think saying that is like saying that the whole world's going to always be owned by the Catholic Church.
I'm just saying that, well, to be on the safe side, let us just say, to be on the safe side, to prevent it from turning into a Skynet hellscape, the best thing to do would be to make it open source so that the people can control their robots and their machines. Because if it's not open source, you're not in control. The corporations will be in control. So that's all I've really got to offer to add to the conversation. I'm not 100% against your utopian vision. I just think you should consider open source technology, because nobody seems to be talking about it, and it doesn't seem to be part of the conversation. That's all.
Well, I'm for it, but I just think we're going to innovate our way there. That's all I'm saying to you. I don't think we're going to have a revolution to overthrow copyright law. I think we're just going to go over the copyright law to where they can't even use it anymore, because our ability to share things. Like, you're going to have... You
may be right in that, actually.
You're going to have a machine that can nobody actually even... anything you want, straight up.
Yeah, you may have a point, because nobody really understands how AI works anyway. So once the AI start talking to each other and making their own code, you could genuinely be right that copyright is out the window.
Exactly. You're going to be able to generate any song you want better than any song you ever heard. So copyright on music is going to be irrelevant. You're going to be able to generate any book that you want better than any book you ever read. So your copyright is going to be irrelevant. And the same thing's going to happen
nonetheless, we have seen them try to fiddle, like for example, with Chat GPT. Like people, obviously, you've seen this. Everybody's seen this. But you ask Chat GPT, what do you think of black people? Oh, black people are wonderful. What do you think of white people? Oh, they're evil. You know, this kind of thing. So that is them tinkering with the AI in the background and bending it to their multicultural, woke ideology. My argument would be, seeing as you're so pro AI, to truly unleash the potential of AI, you need to have it open so that the elites cannot manipulate it and put their woke ideology in it.
Yeah, well, good luck. It's too late. They already got it. They're doing it. Everybody's racing. There's no real limit on it. The only limit on AI is how much money do you have, because the people who are making it are the ones who can afford $100 million of graphics cards. Like, they're the ones that are going to make it. It's not because of some laws or copyright or limitation. It's just how much money do you have? If you have enough money, you can make AI. If you have enough money for a power plant to run your new, to cook up your new batch of LLM parameters, then you can have your own AI. And they're doing it all over the world as fast as they can. And can you hire the smartest computer programmers, the computer scientists, to come up with the new data algorithm? Like, those are the people making it. It's the ones who can, because nobody even knows how to do it. There's no laws against it anyway. There's no rules on it, really. We're just sort of like crossing our fingers that it doesn't kill us, but they're making it with all gas, no brakes. But with regard, the last thing I'll say, I think I could just, my final thought on the copyright thing is the perfect analogy actually could be with Christianity. Because you know what overcame, which used to be, like you even referenced, copyright laws about printing the Bibles.
Yeah.
The reason they did that because the Bibles were killing Christianity. In a way of seeing it, a good case can be made that it was the Gutenberg press that destroyed Christianity. And by Christianity, I mean the church. It morphed it into something completely different, because now we have everything. Baptists, the Lutherans, the Pentecostals, and everything, and all these sola scriptura people can only do that because they have the scriptures. So Martin Luther translated it to German, but it wasn't until everybody had a copy of it that it really made a difference. So it was the technology that took the power out of the hands of the priests. The ability to rapidly print a whole bunch of those things took the power out of their hands, because it used to be that they were the only ones who had one.
Yeah, so, definitely. But there was also a change in copyright law, because under the Catholic Church, they essentially had the orthodoxy, and they would print their Bible and their version of events. And if you disagreed with them, they would burn you at the stake. And what the Reformation did is say, actually, no, we believe in freedom of speech. We've got a different version of the Bible, which led to us throwing off the Catholic Church and embracing the scientific revolution and all the rest of it, right? So I would argue,
but those people were not allowed to do that. Those people were rebels who were willing to risk their lives. It wasn't that the law allowed them to.
Copyright. They broke copyright, and it released the knowledge. It released the technology.
And that's going to happen in the same way. There's going to be people cooking up rogue AIs that are against the law, even though you're not supposed to. And they're going to have a cracked version of it that's totally racist and tells you the truth about everything. You can do anything you want with it. And you're going to be taking your life into your hands, like just those people did, to have one of those in a machine in your garage. And you're going to be doing illegal information things with it. And that's just how the world's going to go.
Yeah.
And so it's going to take people willing to do that. So I think that's the real revolution, is going to be the ones who do that, not the ones who try to fight against copyright law to make everything free. It's going to be the people who are willing to do the illegal.
Well, technically, that would be fighting against copyright law, because you'd be cracking the AI, wouldn't you? You'd be like,
exactly, but it's overcoming
you giant tyrannical corporation. I'm going to steal your tech, open it up, and do my own thing with it.
So you leave the law in place. The law is still there. You just disregard it. That's the way to beat it. You just go over it.
All right.
You don't undo it. You just beat it.
Okay. All right.
That's my view.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Roll on.
That's why I don't put a lot of faith in politics. I don't think we're going to vote our way to a better situation. I don't think we're going to have better leaders that are going to rise up in our democracy. A trusted good man is thrown out of all political circles. It's just how it goes. And the reason why is because most people are retarded and they believe liars instead of truth tellers. And, they can't even tell, I heard the other day that like a sixth of the new generation of kids say they believe the earth's flat. because there's so many flat earthers out there saying that there's just scammers and liars that'll tell you anything all the time.
Yeah.
So we're not getting smarter. We're not getting more honorable. We're not building more virtue. We're really declining. And so the real revolution these days is if you can get your head on straight and maybe help some other people get get engaged in reality, because we are going through a terrible squeeze. That's sort of my message to everybody. So it's not about taking over and fixing the world. It's about surviving the tsunami we're about to go through. Like literally seek high ground, fortify yourself. And I don't mean maybe physically, but really I just mean like metaphorically, get ready to go through like a massive crisis. And I think that's what AI is causing, and the world conflagration, and World War III, and everybody's waking up to the Jewish issue and stuff like that. There's a lot going on, and it's going to be sort of cataclysmic over the next couple of decades. So increasing racial consciousness is really good, so that our race can survive. Because I love diversity, so I don't want everybody to become the same homogenous race. Not yet, anyway. We're not ready for that. I don't want to lose our heritage, our genetic heritage. I don't want white people to disappear from the planet, is what I'm saying. I don't think a genocide of white people would be good. I'm against that. So in order to prevent that, you can make moves in politics, and that's an interesting way to go about it. But I think a lot of it has to do with countering a lot of propaganda that's causing us to lose consciousness of the value of our genetic heritage. And we can return to keeping it within the family, breed with people who look like you, and kind of like feel the way you do, and maybe have a similar mindset that you do. A lot of the things that we gained through the long era of human progress to become who we are, those things can be preserved right now for just a little while until we get on the other side of this big squeeze that we're going to go through as humanity.
Cool. Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hear me out. That's my message to all you guys. If you guys want to watch my show, I'm mostly horsing around and having a good time, but we talk about this stuff sometimes. It's kick.com/bigtech. Like I said in the beginning, you can find me on Twitter or X. BigTech404 is my ad. And it's nice to meet you guys. Thanks for inviting me on.
No, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting and entertaining conversation. Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely.
I mean, me and SJJ are going to continue streaming because we want to talk about English, British politics. I mean, I don't know. You can stick around if you want, but I don't know if you'd be able to.
I got more to do on my show too. I'll dip out. But
cool.
Thanks for bringing me in. Carry on.
Thanks for coming, Big Tech. It's been cool.
If you find anything new that I want to know about, hit me up again. Keep me tapped in.
Absolutely, definitely. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Yep. See you guys.
All right, cool. Cheers. God bless. Right, thank you. Woo! Oh wow. There you go. Big Tech. Let's go. Woo!
Round of applause for Big Tech, everybody.
Round of applause for Big Tech. High energy. Man, I'm exhausted. That guy can talk. Jeez, man. I was like, whoa. Yeah.
Yeah. Full of ideas, completely different to much that we've put before. I know a lot of it was stressing a lot of the chat out. The Christians weren't happy, But here's the thing: you're not going. We're open to different ideas. We're happy to hear different people out. This is what it's about.
Yeah,
and he's the first guy with to me, even if you think it's wild what he's saying. He's the first guy on the dissident right, because most people are like trad larping. I find on the DR on the right wing, he's the first guy who is wildly AI pilled. So this is like what the AI bros who believe that they are coding God or whatever, that they are coding this transformational technology also believe. And he's the first guy to be fully in that camp of AI, so that's interesting and frightening in a way as well.
I could see you vibing with him. Yeah, I could see it. I mean, I'm not. I guess I probably sound like a anti-AI Luddite peasant. I'm really not against it. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. I just think that in order to do it properly, as I keep saying, it should be open source. But nobody's listening to me, so there you go. It just is what it is, I suppose. I do think though there is a slightly utopian, I don't know, man, an overextension, we're going to change everything. We're going to change the DNA. We're going to create, essentially it's heaven on earth. I mean, it is utopian. It's heaven on earth. It's the post-scarcity,
Yeah, it is.
high-tech AI future. We will just sit around, lazing around in our ever youthful bodies, having sex all day long whilst being served by robots. Essentially, that is the dream. And utopian dreams don't usually work out in experience. So I'm very, very suspicious of it, and I think we should err on the side of caution and try to control the robots in case they kill us all, or turn us into transgenders.
This is why the AI camp is split down the middle into doomers and the other. So you have the people who believe that it's utter doom. We're going to be turned into slugs squished by the AI. 100% case. And then straight on the other side are the people who believe that it's going to be utopia, but transformational in a way like big tech is saying of, I thought that analogy was great of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, and we're like the fucking caterpillar, and we're going to be turn into goo before we end up being the butterfly. That's like what the other camp of AI really, really fucking believe, and it is frightening in a way.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I've got a little video about this. If you're interested.
How is it? How long is it?
A minute or two.
A minute or two, right? Go on. Then we'll do that, and then it'll be the end of AI, and then we can segue onto something else.
This is
right.
It.
Here we go.
All right, I'll just watch a little bit of it.
In fact, talking about AGI like if it's another technology is really confusing people. People talk about it as if it is the next big thing that will transform our lives, like the invention of the smartphone or the internet. This framing couldn't be more wrong. It puts AGI into a wrong category. It brings to mind cool futuristic pictures with awesome gadgets and robotic friends. AGI is not like any transformative technology that has ever happened with humanity so far. The change it will bring is not like that of the invention of the internet. It is not even comparable to the invention of electricity, or even to the first time humans learned to use fire. The correct way to categorize AGI is the type of discontinuity that happened to Earth when the first life forms appeared and the intelligent dynamic of natural selection got a foothold. Before that event, the planet was basically a bunch of elements and physical processes dancing randomly to the tunes of the basic laws of nature. After life came to the picture, complex replicating structures filled the surface and changed it radically. A second example is when human intelligence was added to the mix. Before that, the Earth was vibrant with life, but the effects and impact of it were stable and limited. After human intelligence, you suddenly have huge artificial structures lit at night like towns, huge vessels moving everywhere like massive ships and airplanes, life escaping gravity and reaching out to the universe with spaceships, and unimaginable power to destroy everything with things like nuclear bombs. AGI is another such phenomenon. The transformation it will bring is in the same category as those two events in the history of the planet. What you will suddenly see on Earth after this third discontinuity, no one knows. But it's not going to look like the next smartphone. It is going to look more like mountains changing shape. To compare it to technology, any technology ever invented by humanity is seriously misleading.
Look at me, I'm really clever. I understand AI and you don't. Fucking hell. What about that? Oh fuck yeah! I mean, it's just too much hype. It's just utopian. It's peak. I mean, this is literally what Karl Marx and Lenin sounded like. There will be the utopia, and there will be a genius everywhere, and everything will be completely transformed and different, and it will be heaven on earth, and all the energy will be released. And it's too fucking utopian. It's overhyping it. It's too much.
Well, the good news.
Calm down, you know.
Well, the good news, Brutus, is that we don't have long to wait, because even AGI skeptics think that 10 years is reasonable. So if we keep doing the show, got 10 years. A lot of people think a conservative estimate is 5 years. This is what the AGI bros who are like building the nuclear reactors believe. They think that they're coding God, and it's just like 5 or 10 years away.
Yeah, cool. Great. Cool story, bro. No, I'm just like, yeah, great. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, it's just too much, dude. It's just too utopian for me. All right. There you go. But I mean, I do believe, like, as I say, there's going to be AI everywhere. There's going to be robots everywhere. Definitely, it's going to change everything. It's just, I mean, for me, it's just like, even that video, it's like someone's having like an autistic hernia. They're getting a spiritual high off it. No, really, this is just gone beyond reality into visionary mode. Like it's like someone having a mental orgasm or something. It's just like, and it's gonna be this, and it's gonna be that, and I'm cooming. It's like, fucking calm the fuck down, mate. Get your feet on the ground. Yes, it is a very powerful, transformative technology. Just like, calm the fuck down, though. Reality is a lot stronger and a lot more difficult to destroy. We're not going to totally reshape the world in 10 years' time. That is not going to happen. It's things will change a lot, but the struggle will be ongoing. So I mean, that's it. That's all I got to say. I'm kind of sick of talking about it, to be honest with you. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, shall we do a bit of Inception mode here? Big Tech is watching one of your videos right now. So let's share for everybody, because we should have promoted Big Tech's channel. Here it is on Kick, because he's like doing.
I was just. Oh god, it's embarrassing. Oh, I don't want to watch. It's about 10 hours between. I was just telling people to watch that show. It's not like my best video. There you go. That is a great show, by the way, Mr. In Between. I don't think Big Tech realizes I'm a believer in God and a flat earther, but I just couldn't be bothered getting into it. You know what I mean? It's just like, fucking can't be arsed, mate.
No, look, best laid plans and everything. We planned 2.5 hours ago to talk about Trump.
Yeah.
And instead, we had a debate on AI and Christianity. For the Christianity thing was interesting.
Yeah.
I'm interested to do it. Absolutely. And of course, I'm interested in the AI thing, but
no, it's cool. It's a good conversation. I'm just thoroughly disappointed to find out that Adam Green is not actually a pagan. So I thought we would. If you
want the pagans, I think you have to go to like the Red Ice guys. I think they are pagans.
Yeah. I thought we would bond on paganism and find some middle ground there. But not. It's just AI utopianism. So that's kind of disappointing. But anyway, there you go. Do you want to watch this? I haven't actually watched it. I mean, I don't know if you guys...
Just the past week.
But he's...
Let's listen. So yesterday we learned that Donald Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, a retired four-star general, confirmed that while Donald Trump was president, he said he wanted generals like Adolf Hitler had. Donald Trump said that because he does not want a military that is loyal to the United States Constitution.
Fucking psychotic.
He wants a military that is loyal to him. He wants a military who will be loyal to him personally.
How can anybody vote for that? I mean, anyway, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but that's one of the big stories of the week. Calling Donald Trump essentially a fascist, essentially a national socialist. I mean, we've heard this all before, but it's just like same old bullshit again. Trump is a Nazi. And this is after like 2 assassination attempts, and it's just fucking irresponsible. And combined in this story, of course, Joe Rogan podcast. Trump will be on Joe Rogan tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. But it's just, I don't know. It's just more crazy shit. So there you go. Excuse me.
Yeah, a couple of takes on this. It demonstrates that they're desperate. They've now moved into like desperation mode, pulling out anything that will stick, literally going there and saying he's Adolf Hitler. So I think they have the feeling that they're going to lose.
Yeah.
But
And
here's
my senior year of high
Yeah. Sorry. Go on.
oh
I
yeah.
can't.
Well,
Yeah,
before you play this, right?
Yeah.
I have some breaking news, international news that I need to share with the world.
Oh, okay.
That
Yeah. Go
came
on.
to me. Yeah, it came to me just today. In fact, a memory returned to me, and I believe that I was groped in an elevator by Kamala Harris.
Right.
Okay, and I believe
Yeah.
I went to Las Vegas recently, and I was in an elevator, and a lady
Yeah.
that looked just like Kamala Harris, she came up to me and she grabbed me by the crown jewels,
Yeah.
and she was like, "Ha ha ha."
I think that was just a
So
fantasy, actually.
I've suppressed this whole time. This is very difficult for me.
I was groped
She's
once, actually,
invaded.
in a night when I was a teenager. Literally, a girl came up and grabbed me by the fucking dick and balls. I was like,
Yeah.
whoa. Yeah. So that was good. Anyway, you've actually been groped, like genuine. Joking aside, you did say you have women groping you, don't you?
Oh yeah, lots of times. Yeah, absolutely.
Because they know you're. Is it because they know you're a martial artist and they're like, oh fucking hell, he's well hard.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
You know?
I inspire groping, I guess. What can I say? Yeah.
What do you think of the tit rub? Anyway, we're not going to go into this. Anyway, moving on. But
Absolute
I mean, like,
disavow, 100%.
no, but you know, like what happens? Like girls do this thing where they move past you and they like brush their boobs against your arm. It's fucking deliberate. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know it. They know it's going to drive you wild. You know. Anyway, whatever. Shall we watch this bullshit? This is the second big story of the week.
What? What's this? I had no idea. Is this another story?
Another groping story. Yes.
No way.
Not Kamala Harris. No. This is 2 weeks. 2 weeks to the election, and surprise, surprise, associating Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein, which is an interesting aspect of the story. Well done to the left wing for pulling that off. But yes, essentially it's just a repeat of he grabbed me by the pussy tape, basically. But yeah,
I grew up in rural,
or just like a repeat of the like whole Stormy Daniels thing, which they run. I mean, I don't know why essentially they're just trying to stop white women from voting for Trump, but I think most of them just don't care. They care more about mass immigration, and the Trump vote is an anti-immigration vote. But I guess there are some on the fringes that will be affected by this kind of thing. But anyway, let's see it.
Pennsylvania, and my senior year of high school, I was discovered at the mall, because where else were we all hanging out in the late 80s, by a former model. And that led me to New York and Europe and a long, lucrative career as a model. And in 1992, my agent invited me to a dinner to a restaurant on the Upper East Side of New York. And there were other models there and the usual men hangers on at this dinner. And one of the men who was sitting at this table was Jeffrey Epstein. And I had never heard of him or anything, but we got to know each other, and we talked a lot about Clinton.
I mean, I do fine. I just got to say, I don't want to be anti-American. I love our American brothers. But the fucking voice just sounds whiny as fuck. It really does. And this is a modern day thing. If you go back...
come on, dude. Come on.
No, you go back, you watch old black and white movies, the intonation of the voice, I don't understand linguistics, so I can't describe it.
Oh, your mic's just gone. Push your wire.
Hello?
It's been perfect all night. Yeah, it's a good game.
People, honestly, the women sounded... genuinely like I don't know, they spoke in a different way which sounded more hearty and warm and loving, but I do think the woke ideology makes people speak in this kind of just gay, annoying, fucking whiny way, like Kamala Harris, which is just difficult to listen to, essentially. And that's what this is. This is torture, but there you go.
And Gore, and I enjoyed the fact that he was politically engaged and wasn't infantilizing me and talking to me about that. The next time that I saw Jeffrey
evangelizing
was
whatever the fuck you said.
A few months later in December, of 92 at Donald Trump's Plaza Hotel Christmas party. And it became very clear then that he and Donald were really, really good friends and spent a lot of time together. After that, Jeffrey Epstein expressed a lot of interest in me, and we started seeing each other. When Jeffrey and I would talk, he mentioned Trump frequently. He was clearly a close friend, and they were spending a lot of time together. Late winter, early spring of 93, I was on a walk with Jeffrey from his brownstone on the Upper East Side down Fifth Avenue when Jeffrey looked at me and said,
Wait,
"You know,
Oh,
let's
this is
go
boring. We're not
stop
going to
by
watch
and
the whole
see
thing, but it's,
hold
Trump."
on.
she gets
Hold
to it in a
on.
minute. She gets to it in a minute. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Okay. I was just going to say, I mean, you know me, I love everybody. I was just doing an early life check here. Is this woman Jewish?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
She's
She's
called
from
Stacey
Pennsylvania?
Williams,
Yeah.
but her link goes to a woman called Stacey Snyder.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think she's Jewish, but maybe she is. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, she's very beautiful.
Anyway,
Nice tits. She does. Sorry, guys, if this is boring you, but this just give it one more minute. She gets to the point.
And so we went to Trump Tower and went up the elevator.
Wait for it. Wait for the pause. Okay, just wait for the emotional pause where she finds it difficult to speak. It's world class. Just wait for it.
And moments
go.
later, Trump was greeting us, and
We're in the elevator.
he pulled me into him and started groping me. He put his hands all over my breasts. My waist, my butt.
Yeah, and fucking tragic. So anyway,
And I froze. And I froze because I was so deeply confused.
yeah. Anyway, so you're in an elevator. Some guy starts grabbing your tits, and you just stand there and do nothing. Why don't you fucking tell him to fuck off?
just
How
a
about
minute.
that?
I mean, of course we have to believe all women, but how did she end up alone in an elevator with the billionaire Donald Trump in the first place?
Trump and Epstein. But this is the thing. I just want to interject here. I actually 100% believe that Trump probably did do this because he's on tape saying, "I just grabbed him by the pussy," right? So he probably put his hands on her, and she just stood there and took it. And what are you supposed to think as a man? I don't know. I mean, I genuinely don't know. Why didn't she just say? Why didn't she push his hand away? Why didn't she just say, "Fuck off"? Fuck off, no, or don't touch me, or even you don't even have to do it in an aggressive way. Just push his hand off, say, "Oh no, sorry, I'm not interested in you," and you could just like laugh it off or whatever. She's sitting here 30 years later like she's been fucking raped or something. No, the guy is a billionaire playboy, and he was having it on. He was having a go. He was trying. He was trying to get laid.
If you can believe that this even happened. I mean, come on. The fact that this has been kept in the bottle for 30 years and has been brought out 2 weeks before the election is just insane.
If you believe it, I genuinely do believe it happened, but maybe it didn't. I mean, there's somebody mentioned that she
I believe that Kamala groped me, so...
She said that Epstein lived in this house, and apparently he didn't move into that house until 1996, 3 years later, or whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't know, talk to a boomer, right? Talk to an old boomer female who used to go in pubs in England in the 60s. People used to grab girls by the arse, right? This is like a genuine, I know it's a cliche from the 60s, but it's a thing that kind of used to happen. Bit of groping, bit of grabbing. It's a high testosterone male thing to do. Trump might have fancied this girl, thought that she liked him, so he had a bit of a grope. She could have just said, "Fuck off." She could have said that. Instead, she's like, "I'm a strong, independent woman, and I'm powerful, but a man put his hands on my breasts, and I didn't know what to do." Like, fuck off. Like absolutely fuck off. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have your cake and eat it. You cannot be a strong, independent woman and then stand there and say, you know, I want to be sexually liberated and all the rest of it, and then stand there and say that you didn't know what to do when a billionaire put his hand on your ass. Do you see my point, or am I just being an asshole?
No,
I don't know.
I see your point. I mean, it's a bit of a trap whenever you get into this stuff.
Well, it's like
yeah.
the Harvey Weinstein thing. I mean, I get in trouble for saying this, but there was one actress that came out. I can't remember who it was, but she said she was in the flat with Harvey Weinstein. Weinstein pulled a move on her, and she just pushed him off and said, "Sorry, mate. Like, I don't fancy you. You're old enough to be my dad, you know." And that was it, and that was the end of it. And she left, and that was it. No big deal, right? So I mean, I've been talking about this on Twitter because Andrew Anglin talks about this a lot. He says that actually Harvey Weinstein didn't rape anyone, but they're pretending to be raped. I've had people on Twitter telling me that actually it says that he did rape.
Is so tricky, dude.
I don't know. It's very difficult to say. It seems to me like a pay to play. But what, you know, you suck Harvey Weinstein's dick, you get the job on the movie, right? Which is not rape. But maybe he did rape somebody. But whatever the case, there are actresses out there who are saying that he tried to make a move and they just said no thanks. And that was it. And it was no big deal. So if you want to be sexually liberated, if you want to be independent, if you want to be going here and there, moving amongst these powerful men, then some of them are going to grab your ass and they're going to grab your tits. And you just got to say no. And that's it. Don't fucking give me this bullshit of crying about it 30 years later like you were raped. Fuck you. Trump didn't rape you. Maybe he had a little bit of a fundle, but really in the grand scheme of things, that's no big deal. You could have just brushed his hand away, you know? So yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. That's the way I feel about it. I just
Nick is going to be so angry with you right now if he listens to this show. I mean,
yeah.
I get what you're saying. Look, the thing about this stuff is this believe all women nonsense is that a woman can just destroy a man with these allegations. So
yeah, I just
but
don't.
That isn't to say that guys have done this. I don't know. It's so tricky.
It is. I mean, it is tricky. Like I sympathize. Like, don't get me wrong. I sympathize with women getting like groped by Indians and things like this, you know. And now, like, apparently, you walk through the streets of New York or London, and you get all kinds of dirty men, and they're like, sexual comments all the time. Like that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks, and I'm really sorry. But she knew Epstein. She knew Trump. It wasn't just a stranger on the street that came up. And maybe Trump put his hand on her bum. She didn't do anything. So then he puts his hand on her boobs and she just didn't do anything. You know, like, I don't know. It's a fucking confusing signal, isn't it? You know? So
the non PC thing that I'm trying to like, I'm sat here thinking, how do I say this? So I'll just say it. Is that effectively, sure, this woman was probably wanting that to happen and it to end up somewhere where she ended up with loads of money. But all he did was grab her tit and it didn't go any further. And she's probably upset by the fact that he didn't actually want her. It didn't go any further. She didn't get any money out of it. But she was in that situation in a lift with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, with her tits out, precisely for the fact that that's what she was looking for. Like women who ended up, God forbid, and I'm walking into the trap, like women walking into Harvey Weinstein's casting couch, seeing the leering old dribbling man sat there, you know, rubbing his crotch or whatever, and knowing what they were getting themselves into. They were like, I'm willing to do this for the money.
Yeah.
And then culture has now changed 20, 30 years later, and this is and it's now verboten, and they can say, I was raped.
Yeah, and look, maybe he did actually rape somebody. I don't know. I haven't really looked into the Harvey Weinstein case in detail. I mean, I just saw Andrew Anglin talking about it on the Daily Stormer. It's probably 50-50, you know.
It's not the best
but
source
yeah, he's not the best source. But
on women.
I mean, Hollywood has a long tradition of actresses sucking dick so they can get the role in the movie. That's just it. That is what. I'm not even being that judgmental. I can understand there must be a massive temptation there. You're a beautiful young woman, and it's like getting paid £1 million to suck a cock, you know. So I mean, I guess some of them just go for it. So whatever. But I mean, in ancient Rome, all actresses were considered to be prostitutes.
Yeah,
and I don't think
it's
too
funny
much
in a
has
weird
changed.
way. In a weird way, like the crime, and again, I'm walking into a trap here of defending this kind of stuff. I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to just give a non-PC take, but in a weird way, their crime. So, like Donald Trump, perhaps his crime is to take what he wanted first and probably like pay them afterwards, because today it's accepted. Sex work is like glorified in America. If somebody's doing sex work, you're okay now. It's like demystified. It's been de-tabooed. These people are like supposed to be celebrated or whatever. It's just another job or whatever. And so the only difference is the transaction was done before the act, whereas in the old days the rich guy maybe like groped them and then paid them off.
Yeah,
Long way around.
well, except you can't get a real prostitute. All you can get is like a wank prostitute, which is just retarded. Yeah, it's a bit grim, isn't it? Really, it's a bit grimy. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a funny one. I mean, we could watch this video, which is absolutely just boring. I wasn't going to play this, but I mean, just to continue on the theme. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I mean, let's watch this then. Just a really. This is staring into the face of Kali Yuga. Okay, this is staring into the face of the dystopian hell in which we live.
I went viral for letting 23 guys run a train on me with my friend.
What the fuck, dude?
Now, that video is actually out now, so if you want to check that out, you know where it's out. But if you want to be part of the next one,
I want to check that out.
No,
I don't. I'm joking.
Head on over to my Twitter to find out how to apply. Morning.
What's her name?
Today is the day where I get run through by 100 guys. How many
Fucking hell, dude.
condoms I have?
Condoms.
I think this is all I'm going to do with my hair.
Sorry, everybody. This is a family show. We're sorry.
It's not really a family. There's no nudity in this. Don't worry. We're not playing porn on YouTube. We haven't got that yet.
Wait. Mr. Ewing says he's a viewer.
He's seen her porn views. Oh, Mr. Earwigs. Mr. Earwigs.
Holy cow. That's a confession in chat right there.
Confession live on the internet. Here we go. She's ready for it.
No way.
8 guys. I fucked 8 guys. Yeah, I've got to do some more. Here's all the guys.
No way.
First group scene done. That was a lot of fun. And now I'm on to...
This isn't real.
Number 60.
Currently 7 p.m. I think about 70 people through.
Oh, fuck me. I don't know how a fanny stands it. Like, when you get sore.
We've kind of got things everywhere. Someone brought me a rose. Oh my god, I forgot to vlog this. Someone brought me a fucking rose. He was the sweetest boy ever. Got ran through by 101 men. And my eyes are still recovering from all the bodily fluids that went in them.
So yesterday I got ran through by 101 guys. Don't mind this, someone actually bit my lip.
Anyway, we've seen enough of that. But that's what's going on, guys.
Wow.
You know?
Oh my god.
That is what is going on out there. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not acting like somebody who doesn't watch porn or whatever here, but that's fucking extreme. Oh my god. And the fact that she's like celebrating it.
She's totally fine with it. I mean, I think though I think it's like a trauma and it hasn't hit her, to be honest with you, and it will catch up with her. And I think that's just biological. You can't help it. I mean, because the thing about men is like, you ask any guy how many women he's fucked, and he'll be like, "Oh, I've fucked so many women. I'm a stud." you know, and you ask any woman and she'll be shy about it. Like she'll be, why are you asking me? And then she'll like cut the number in half if she does tell you at all. So the thing is, just women are just biologically programmed to be ashamed about sleeping around. That's just the way it is, and so they feel shame, and she will feel ashamed of this, and she will feel like great psychological damage and pain because of this. It's just inevitable. It's just, you can't avoid it. I don't think.
Yeah.
So she's not feeling it yet. I guess she looks kind of happy in the video, but I don't know. I think it's going to catch up with her. So there you go. It's a bit of sadness, isn't it? A bit of sadness.
Yeah.
I don't know how that relates to Donald Trump groping people, but I mean, I don't know. It's just this very slutty world that we live in, and like this girl, she's complaining about being groped, and it's like, well, I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of whores out there. Like, you know, it's like kind of like Mike Tyson. Like again, like defending Mike Tyson is a bit difficult. But this was a big question in the 90s. Obviously, black man rapes a white girl. I'm an ethno-nationalist. I don't really want to defend like a black man raping a white girl. But he did go to, like, she went to his room. She went to his fucking room, you know, and this is a prize fighter who had women throwing themselves at him all the fucking time. All the time. Day and night. And so
I've heard some stories about Mike Tyson. Yeah,
he gets this supermodel, and he says, "Come to my hotel room," and she says, "Yeah," and she's in the hotel room, and so he just throws her against the wall and he fucks her. Did he actually think he was raping her? Very hard to say, you know.
By the way, is that alarm on your end?
You weren't there. I wasn't there. Nobody was there. It's her word against his. Like, was she crying? Was she just silent? Or maybe she was really wet and she really enjoyed it involuntarily. Like, it's very fucking. Well, I mean, it's very fucking hard to tell. If this is a guy that's literally got women throwing at themselves at him, left, right, and center, and then one of them says, "Yeah, I'll come to your hotel room," he's just going to think, "Well, she wants to fuck." You know?
Yeah. Is someone's house alarm going off on your end?
Oh, can you hear that? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a car alarm, I think. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So same thing with Donald Trump in the elevator. He's in the elevator. He's probably surrounded by supermodels all the time. He had a bit of a grope. She didn't say no. You know, he put his hand on her shoulder. She didn't say no. He put his hand down on her breast. She didn't say no. So he had a bit of a grope. He probably just thought, well, she likes it. You know, he probably just didn't think anything of it, you know. And that's kind of the way it is. I mean, that's, you know, if she was married, he wouldn't have done it, right? So I want to make it clear. I'm not in favor of women getting raped or groped or anything like that. But it's just sometimes women give out confusing messages, you know.
Yeah, it's such a difficult topic because we've seen like the modern phenomenon that we see are girls going to gyms in yoga pants and with their tits hanging out and the yoga pants like stuck up inside the fanny so you can see all the fucking everything, and then putting the camera down and filming their TikToks and like bending over and expecting. And they're sat there waiting for the guy just to like, you know, the guy's like having to like physically not move his head and like, oh my God, I can't even look with my eyes. And then she's like, who are you looking at?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. Yeah.
It's like Jordan Peterson's famous thing where he said, why do women wear makeup at work?
Yeah. What is the thing? I mean, I agree with Louise Perry. Like, I read her book like a flipping year ago. Actually, you know, Unwashed read it as well. It's called The Case Against Sexual Revolution. She's an English feminist. She studied feminism at university, and then she worked in a rape call like help center for women. And she just came to the conclusion that if you actually genuinely want to protect women and stop them from getting raped, You need to get them married. And that's it. And that's the best protection. And I think our Victorian ancestors understood this. And I think when it comes to, well, the three situations we've just talked about, this supermodel, the girl with getting railed by 101 guys, and the girl getting raped by Mike Tyson, it's the solution to all three of these problems is the same, and the solution is marriage. That's it. It's the best way to protect women. So I don't think women should be raped or harmed or molested or anything like this. I'm just a practical traditionalist, and I think that's the best way of protecting them. I can't stop the alarm from going off. It's a car alarm. Sorry.
Yeah. Hope it's not your car.
No. So the other, we kind of covered this last week, didn't we? Labour Party sending people over to America to interfere in the election. Number one story in the current country, apparently. We covered this quote.
Yeah.
Hope you guys can read that. But anyway, Sophia Patel sending 100 Labour Party staff. This actually came out in Parliament. I don't know if I've got the read. Oh, it is here. Yeah. Here we go.
Okay.
So it did come up in Parliament. Here we go. It's not very loud.
Spirit of cross-party working. Will the Deputy Prime Minister join me in applauding the brave Labour staff members who've travelled across the Atlantic
it's fucking insane.
against Donald Trump?
There's a dog in Parliament.
I don't often get it, but I say to the honourable gentleman is that people
they think it's funny.
They think it's funny. It's literal open election interference, and there's a dog in Parliament. What the fuck? I mean, I like dogs. I don't know if they belong in Parliament.
Oh, he's blind. He's blind, whoever it's for. Look, they think this is funny, but I mean, what if Donald Trump wins in a week and a half's time? Then will it be funny? I mean, what?
It's fucking insane, mate. It's fucking insane.
Why not just stay out of it? What the fuck are they thinking? What retards do we have running our government? I mean, for real.
Yeah. It's open election interference. I mean, even Israel won't do it that openly. You don't see Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, I mean, I guess it is kind of open. It's just nobody talks about it. But yeah, it's nuts. It's crazy. I never saw this coming. I never thought the Labour government would actually do this. But there you go. Most psychotic government ever. I think probably the most
stupid. I mean,
yeah.
Who was it who said this government has like an IQ of 90 combined? I think they're right. That's the correct take.
So that's that story. What's the other big? That's the king. There was another big. Oh yeah, we got some. I don't know. We got some funny Al Green, Trump stuff. We've got the McDonald's thing. We haven't really talked about this. I guess all you guys have seen this, but what?
I'm looking for a job, and I've always wanted to work at McDonald's. I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So, President Trump. Well, that's a good-looking group. Hello, everybody. I'm having a lot of fun here, everybody. I'm looking for a job.
Anyway, people in America seem to, for whatever reason, in the news cycle, this really does seem to have just struck a nerve with a lot of people. Yeah. It like genuinely touched them somehow. And Paul Joseph Watson made a video about it, like the left-wing reaction. They're all just totally freaking out. But it's probably like the best, most genius, or one of the best, most genius propaganda moves that Trump has ever played. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what to think about it. It's kind of like the rich man humbling himself, doing a working class man's job, something like this. It's very pure Americana. McDonald's is obviously a very strong American brand. I don't know. What do you think about it, SJJ? I liked it. I thought it was cool. But for whatever reason, like the Americans just seem to be absolutely in love with this.
I think it was a masterstroke of publicity because somehow, like how it was filmed and put out, like the Donald Trump waving from the window seems to have like an iconic view about it already. There's something special about that scene. So somehow it just worked. Now, I'm aware of all the criticism that's come out afterwards that the McDonald's was closed down. It was.
Sorry.
Yeah, this here, but particularly when he's waving, like from the window after they've gone. I'm aware of the criticism. These people were vetted by the CIA. They're probably actors. It's not necessarily real. That's all come out afterwards. The McDonald's was closed down for the day. It's a publicity stunt. Very much like when a McDonald's commercial is being filmed or whatever. But that doesn't take away from the essence of what it was. Donald Trump wanting to promote like something that is iconic within America, McDonald's, an American business, something that every young person, almost of, 50% of young people will probably go into a job very similar in their youth. There was something that just worked about it.
Sorry, I was just absolutely distracted. Not by the car. Are you still upset by the car alarm? I'm just getting distracted by the fight that is going on in the chat section by Natman Prime and Total Tech. Don't be.
I'm still over that.
They're still talking about the porn star. Showing your body to 1 million men online is not the same thing as being ran through by 100 men and being bitten and jizzed in the face of. No, it's not the same. Who's claiming that? Anyway, sorry, got distracted by that. But
out of interest, what setting on? We both have Yeti mics on the back. Which setting do you have it on?
Is it too loud? Am I too loud?
No. I mean, because you can have the bit where it only picks up from in front of you, rather than all around. Did you know that the bottom dial?
Yeah, but I never really understood it. So I've got
third one along. All right. Well, don't train.
I'm on the third way along.
All right. So that only picks up from in front. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. It's just car alarm. It's just something that happens.
Yeah.
Is it really annoying? Is it really bugging you? Is it really fucking? Oh, sorry.
I'm autistic, so that's fine.
Yeah, no, I do get that as well. Like, sounds do annoy me as well. I've just learned to ignore car alarms. They just go off. Yeah. Well, I'll move to.
Hello, everybody.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Look at all the fake news of it. Hello, everybody.
You can take this,
And
right?
this is compliments of Trump, okay?
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, please don't let the United States become Brazil, my native Brazil.
We'll keep it good.
Please.
We're going to make it better than ever, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, Mr.
Compliments
President.
of Trump.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you over there.
Oh my God.
Can't hear it at all. I can hear it. I could hear that. We could hear it.
He's just very charming. He's very charming.
Yeah,
it's I don't know, the aristocratic man essentially taking the role of the working class man, but also not pretending to be working class. I mean, this is just what some guy said about it on Twitter. He was just making the point that he's still wearing a suit underneath the apron. Do you know what I mean? Like he's still wearing a white shirt and a tie. It's not like he's laughing and pretending that he's a real. Like everybody knows this is fake. Everybody knows this is fake, but nobody's bothered by it.
He should do. He just told her this is compliments of Trump. They're not even paying for the food.
Yeah. So.
Everybody knows you pay before you go and pick up your food at the window.
Yeah.
Obviously fake.
Like the people on the left are freaking out about, it's all fake. Like, what do you think? People are trying to fucking kill him. Like, he's had 2 assassination attempts in the last 6 months. Of course, the Secret Services are going to select. I mean, they absolutely, definitely searched every car for guns. Like, of course they would. They'd be terrible at their jobs if they didn't.
What do you think happens when Prince William goes somewhere and they put him in an apron and get him to serve, I don't know, like baked beans at a homeless shelter. I mean, they're going to check everybody, and for some reason, I was thinking about the Prince William ones, or the ones where Boris Johnson goes and does something like this, or the ones where Rishi Sunak goes. None of those it doesn't work when they do it for some reason. This one somehow worked, and I just can't put my finger on it. Why?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's just, I don't know, he's a charismatic. I just like him. Let's watch this.
Well, you won't have any cows anymore. I'll tell you what I love. I love cows. But if we go with Kamala, you won't have any cows anymore because you're not allowed. I don't want to ruin this kid's day. But I love cows. I think they're so cute and so beautiful and so. But according to Kamala, who's a radical left lunatic, you will not have any cows anymore. So we have to vote her out.
There you go. Vote for Donald Trump. Otherwise, the cat will have no more cows. Right? Very simple, low IQ messaging. But I don't know. He gets away with it. Like he just pulls it off. So there you go.
That alarm stopped. It's beautiful.
I know that. I was actually starting to annoy me a little bit as well. I did have. Oh, here it is. I mean, there's a lot of stuff from the Al Green, but this is what I got.
Saying that men have periods.
I
used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz. Well, I'd better wrap up because Mayor Adams told me earlier that I needed to make this one very quick, especially the city has reserved this room for a large group of illegal aliens coming in from Texas. There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris? Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. The major issue of this race is childcare, and Kamala has put forward a concept of a plan. A lot of people don't like it. The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband, Doug, anywhere near the nannies. Just keep them away. That's a nasty one. Chuck Schumer is here looking very good.
This was like one dud joke, but it's kind of like a minute. He didn't write these jokes. Somebody wrote the jokes for him. But, anyway.
It looks glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
So,
even the old Jew can't stop laughing.
I've got two angles on this, right? Wait. Years ago, when I was a conspiracy theorist years ago, I would have looked at something like this and I would have said, "Whoa, look, dude, they're all friends. This is all a stage show. It's all fake." And this would have like proven it to me. And I'm sure there's sites out there and people post on Twitter saying, "Look, it's a clown show. These guys are best friends and this is all fake." But now I kind of understand that this is this dinner once a year that people go to, and they do this thing which in America is known as a roast, and you roast somebody, and it's become a tradition in America. But still, it makes me suspicious, and I still can't like get 10% of that suspicion out of me.
Well, I think it's just part of the political system in America. You go to this, is it Al Green? I forget what it's called, but it's, what the fuck is this thing called?
The Al Sharpton dinner, is it?
Al Sharpton, yeah. It's there. Alfred E. Smith. So he's some old famous New York philanthropist.
Oh, yeah.
And they've been, I hate that word, and they've been doing this for like 70 years, 80 years, something like this. It's just become one of the great American traditions. And it's always done before the election. And it's the whole nature of the thing is that you go there, it's informal, you make jokes, you shake hands, and you get on with each other, and that just is what it is. Like, and you can see it right there. The old Jew is laughing at Donald Trump's jokes. But the story of the week is, of course, that Kamala Harris did not go. In case you missed it, Guess you've been busy this week. Kamala. Oh, do I have the video? I don't think I've watched it. Oh, where's the Kamala Harris video? Did I even...
Which one?
Do I even have it? Oh, I don't even have it because I haven't watched it. Fuck. She did the comedy video. She didn't go, but she made a comedy video. I thought I'd retweeted it, but I don't have it. I'll have to find it quickly. But she didn't go to... No? All right.
No.
You, Phil. Okay, keep talking, and I'll find it because we have to play this for the show because fuck.
Well, look, we are now. It's a week and a half. The election is coming up on November the 4th. I'm a bit disappointed today that we didn't talk to like big tech about Trump because I wanted to get the anti-Trump opinion, which I've now kind of realized. I think big tech was anti-Trump. So, because in America, you guys have a choice now who you're going to vote for. And to me, this just seems like a choice between, like, communism or Trump and free markets or whatever. But also, Trump, his program is definitely anti-immigration, anti-illegal immigration at the very least. And so I don't know how you can't at least just choose the lesser of the two evils. You only have two choices, and so surely the lesser of the two evils is Trump. And we just have to see part two of the story, don't we?
That's some great filler, dude. That in the media, that in the media business is known as 1 minute of filler from SJJ.
Yeah,
well, round of applause. Well, you filled that great while we solved this technical problem. But this is the SJJ. Speak for a minute while I find this YouTube video. Good job, mate. But this is the Kamala Harris video that she did. Because she didn't go to the.
Okay, I've not seen this. Let's go.
I know I haven't. I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited because I haven't seen it. But everyone laughed about how cringe it is, and so I guess we'll find out. Here we go.
Your Eminence and distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Elliott. Mary Catherine Elliott. It's so nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that I'm Catholic, and tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous, I stick my fingers under my arms and I simmer them like that. But that's gross.
So tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts?
I don't get it.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just like make fun of Christians, like make fun of Catholics, like bring on the fucking retarded Catholic woman who smells her armpits and bring that on at the Al Smith dinner message. What the fuck are you thinking? What the fuck is wrong with you people? This is the first time I'm watching this, by the way. I just thought I'd pause that and say that.
I thought you were supposed to roast your opponent.
Yeah, you're supposed to roast your opponent. You're not supposed to make fun of the Catholics. What the fuck is wrong with you? Such pure arrogance and hubris. Anyway, oh my God. Fuck.
Nice to simmer them like that.
What the fuck?
But that's gross.
So tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts about what I might say tonight?
My feelings about what you should say tonight would be best expressed in a monologue from one of my favorite made-for-TV series.
Okay, let's hear it.
Don't you see, man? We need a woman to represent us. A woman brings more heart, more compassion. And think how smart she must be to become a top contender in a field dominated by men. It's time for a woman, bro. And with this woman, we can fly.
What series was that from?
Oh, that's from House of Dragons, now streaming on HBO Max.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus. And maybe don't say anything negative about Catholics.
I would never do that, no matter what.
They're just like literally the whole skit. They're just like making fun of Catholics. What the fuck are you thinking? What are you thinking? Who the fuck writes this shit? This is it. Like this is fucking insane. This is literally the.
She deserves to lose just for this. I mean, this is so bad.
Yeah,
I can't. A couple of things. I can't believe that she ceded.
We need a break halfway through because it's so fucking painful to watch. Yeah, sorry, go on, mate. Yeah.
She ceded her spot. Her spot was, if she couldn't be there, tell like 5 minutes of jokes on camera. Pre-recorded. You had every opportunity to get it right, get the best joke teller. Just record it. And instead she ceded it to this skit of somebody else doing the comedy routine. All I can think is that this is meant to make her look calm, presidential at the side of this like erratic, neurotic, weirdo woman. And that's what they were thinking.
It's like sidekick. It's like Batman and Robin. Like the sidekick looks weak, so Batman looks powerful. Yeah.
That's all I can think.
Yeah. Yeah, but to me, it just looks like you're making fun of Christians, and I guess it's because the people that write this shit fucking hate Christians, and they just can't help themselves.
Yeah,
they just can't help themselves.
For where I was, that would be like criticizing Detroit in Detroit.
Does it bother you that Trump guy insults you all the time? Because it really bothers my friends.
Just pause it.
Oh, Mary Catherine.
Just pause it, because you mentioned something important there, which. Like, is it, going back to the debate that we were having at the start of the show?
Yeah.
When it comes down to this Christian thing, this is the other argument that, like, I would have liked to put to Adam or Big Tech or whatever. If your enemies are attacking Christianity too, does that not say something that it must be that it's therefore useful in some way? Because why did they also go to such lengths to attack it?
Well, I did try to say this to him. Like I did try to make the argument, which I always make, which is that our ancestors were Christian, and so we shouldn't really hate our ancestors because you're undermining European history. I did say to him, like, Edward Longshanks was a Christian, Alfred the Great was a Christian. So many of our great heroes were Christian, and if you're sitting on the internet saying, "Oh, Christians are fucking morons," well, you're undermining your own history. So
because the summation of Adam Green's thesis, it is more than just Christianity is harmful. That it's a Jewish psyop, that it's a conspiracy of Jews to get you to believe in Jesus, so that you secretly sign up to like a form of Judaism, and that they're running it to this day. But yet we see also the other side of it, that like Jewish Hollywood attacks Christianity at every opportunity and attempts to ridicule and mock it. So I've never been able to square those two things together.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe you know or you don't know. Like, my opinion on Christianity is that Jesus went to India and he learned the philosophy of love of God in India, because that's the only group of people that were preaching that kind of philosophy. And then he brought it back and he tried to preach it, and they crucified him. And then it kind of like morphed into Christianity and got mixed with the Old Testament and so on and so forth. But the good side of Christianity is preaching the philosophy of love of God, which is a very high and noble and great thing to preach. And I don't really have anything against Jesus. I think Jesus is a hero. I think it's very foolish to hate Jesus. Everybody likes Jesus. You go to India, the Indians like Jesus. They're not Christians, but they think Jesus is a cool guy. The Muslims like Jesus. The Buddhists like Jesus. Everybody likes Jesus except for the Jews. They're the only group on this planet that hates Jesus. So, I mean, I think it's very foolish to be anti-Jesus. I think it's very foolish to be anti-love of God. I think we should steal God back from the Christians. I mean, my problem with Christianity is the Old Testament, which is a Jewish history book. And I think if we could just separate Christianity from the Old Testament, then everything would be much better. But I don't know. I'm not really answering your question. I'm just rambling on. But yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
it's like
let's not maybe go into it all again. But yeah,
yeah, it's a confusing mess and model of ideas. I think. What the fuck? Fucking cunt in the chat. No, I will censor you if you're going to.
No, don't ban him. He's a friend of mine. He's just bad at expressing himself.
Well, if you're going to swear at me in the chat, I'm going to fucking ban you. Right? So just calm the fuck down.
Yeah. I just saved you, dude. Don't blow it again.
Okay. What was I going to say? I forgot my thread of thought. But no, look. Essentially, the last 2,000 years of European history is built around Christianity. If you hate Christians, then it's within it with a great intensity. Then it's like you hate, and you are not capable of understanding European history because you're just going to ignore it essentially. Because if you hate something, you're not going to study it. In the same way that, like, I don't care for Islam, so I don't know anything about the development of Islamic philosophy. I'm not interested in it. I don't want to know. So Varg Vikernes doesn't really understand European history at all because he fucking hates Christians. And so he doesn't understand the Reformation and the Enlightenment and the Renaissance and all the rest of it, because he has this mindset of, oh, it's all shit. It's all fucking shit and I hate it. And so he just wants to sweep it all away. I think that's incredibly destructive and I hate it.
Your microphone's just gone bad. Push your wire.
I hate it when pagans do that. So you can't...
Still bad.
Oh, fuck me. Look, I need...
That's better.
I'll buy a new computer this Christmas. It'll be my Christmas present, okay? So you don't want to fall into the trap of hating Christianity, because then you will hate your ancestors and you will not be able to understand European history. So, but at the same time, Christianity is dying, and so just kind of like let it die, I suppose. Keep God and let Christianity die. That would be my argument. But anyway, it's a long.
Yeah.
Let's finish watching this cringe.
Very important to always remember, you should never let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
Haters gonna hate. Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off. Good for you, Mary.
They're ready. Oh yeah, okay. And also remember one more thing. Don't worry if you make a mistake, because Catholic people are.
Oh my God! Like how? Like you're just fucking insulting Catholic people. Like they're literally pulling her off the stage like she's a retard. Like what the fuck are you thinking? Who the fuck wrote this? What is wrong with you? Sorry. Anyway.
People are very forgiving. Yeah. And also, one last thing I want to tell you: don't forget to say superstar.
Thank you, Mary Catherine.
Thank you, Mamala.
Thank you.
Thank you, you fucking retard.
Crazy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm cringing so much.
Thank you, you stupid white Christian woman. I fucking hate you, but vote for me.
Why they dress her like a schoolgirl too? I've never seen an adult Catholic woman dressed like that in my life.
Yeah, cheerleader. Yeah, because she's dumb and she's retarded because she's a white Christian woman. Yeah, that's it. So, and she even did the fucking cheerleader move. So, and even it's almost like even a sly way of, it doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
Oh my God. Have you seen any of the interviews that she's done?
Who, Kamala Harris?
Well, yeah, over the last couple of weeks, because like obviously they're not doing another debate. Trump's doing like interviews left and right. He'll sit down with somebody for an hour. He's doing the Joe Rogan interview tomorrow. So that's going to come out tomorrow or Saturday. That's going to be at least 2 hours, probably, of him just sat down. She can't do interviews, but she has been doing like a few staged ones, and they're terrible. They're so bad. She can't answer a single question. And the thing that you come away from when watching this is that this woman is low IQ. I mean, seriously, it's not just a joke. She's low IQ. She's stupid. She doesn't know any of the policies. She doesn't have any idea of an agenda. So she is a puppet. You literally are, if you vote for this person, voting to have somebody just like as a placeholder for the presidency. And what does this therefore mean? There's like a wider issue as what does this mean about the office of the presidency if somebody who is an obvious puppet, a low IQ puppet, occupies it and things just tick along? Like at the minute, like the office is being held by somebody who is obviously senile and things just tick along. This is like destroying the office of the presidency itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we've already had this with Joe Biden, who's obviously senile, and it's like they thought they tried to push it, and then they realized they couldn't get away with it, so they swapped him out for Kamala Harris. But she's not senile, but she ain't clever. She's just an actor. She's just facile. She's empty.
Yes.
So it's like the left wing is essentially revealing itself to the public and saying, the president does not run the country. The deep state runs the country, and you will vote for the candidate that we put before you, and that's it. It would be really funny if the Rogan podcast comes out, like Joe Rogan literally becomes the kingmaker of America. I mean, but that's kind of that is the podcast, I suppose. I mean, maybe this is peak podcast. If like 2016 was all about the memes, you could argue 2024 is the podcast election because it's like Trump wins at the podcast and Kamala Harris just fucking fails badly.
I saw somebody give a take where they said she's so stupid not to do it. And the only reason why she's not doing it is because she can't. She literally can't sit there and have somebody like Joe Rogan who would ask her the most softball questions ever.
Yeah.
He does not attempt to destroy anybody. It would be, all friendly. I love what you're doing on this and that and the other. And, there would be no difficulty for her. So the only reason she can't sit with somebody like Joe Rogan is because she's incapable of a natural interview. And what does that say?
Yeah, dude, it's fucked. Yeah, it's fucked. America is a mirage, and like Trump is like the wrecking ball, just revealing it essentially. I mean, anyway, let's get through this cringe. Let's get through it.
And distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship and come together to do some good by supporting the tremendous charitable work of the Catholic Church. The Church cares for the sick and feeds the hungry, supports families with housing and education, and in times of disaster, provides not only essential supplies, but also, and so importantly, a sense of hope. The Gospel of Luke tells us that faith has the power to shine a light on those living in darkness and to guide our feet in the path of peace. In the spirit of tonight's dinner, let us recommit to reaching across divides, to seek understanding and common ground. And in honor of the great Al Smith, let us fight to build a better future with faith in God, our country, and in each other. Thank you. May God bless you.
Okay, so that's it. So essentially, it's the funny part of the speech is her making fun of a Catholic, and then she does like a serious thing. So
yeah, I can only think that they thought that would make her look sensible, austere, and how she pulled it together at the end would like come off well.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I'll be voting for Donald Trump, though. That's all I can say.
Me too.
We played. What you were mentioning, I was just thinking. We played the Fox News interview, didn't we, last week? Or did we not?
Of whom?
Where she got grilled on Fox News. I think I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
We did play that.
Another one.
Oh, right. Anyway, I mean,
there's another one.
She had a retard moment on Fox News. Anyway, we're going into last week's news here on my Twitter stream. But that's basically it for the Trump news and the Trump videos. We've got Tommy Robinson being a dickhead. This is kind of interesting. Trump does not want to a regime change in Iran. This is quite fundamental, actually.
By the end of your administration.
Tanks running around.
What's going to happen to Iran with you by the end of your administration?
I'm not asking
I would
like to see Iran be very successful. The only thing is they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Are you okay with the same administration and way of governing stays, or would you like to see it go back to the 70s when Shah's was running it and Iran was one of the top 3 countries in tourism?
Yeah, we can't get totally involved in all. I mean, we can't run ourselves. Let's face it.
Sure,
Patrick, we can't run ourselves.
You put sanctions. That's they don't have the people are gonna turn and flip on them. It's not gonna be a
tanks running around.
What's going to happen to Iran?
Anyway, so that's basically Trump saying he does not want Third World War. So, I mean, a lot of people are upset. Oh, Trump. Oh, he loves Israel. Oh, Trump is the war candidate. He wants war with this country or that country. He's not the war candidate. He will come out here and he will say things. I love Israel and defend Israel and blah, 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 blah. But then he'll go on a podcast like this and he's like, nah, leave the Iranians alone. And he's kind of like with international diplomacy, he's kind of like all bark, no bite. I mean, that's just what it seems like to me. Like he'll say, like, he'll take like a strong kind of neocon position of saying, we'll bomb the hell out of him, but he doesn't actually he doesn't want a war. And I think that's in tune with it. Nobody wants a war. So, it's good.
So in a way, I hate to admit this, I am a bit of a neocon at heart, I suppose, in a way, because I kind of think that the world is better for America being the policeman in the world, with all its faults. Okay. And I worry about what type of world we have if America becomes too isolationist again. Obviously, I didn't support like the second Iraq war or like the action in Libya or anything like that. So I think, America's made some big blunders along the way. But I do think we're better for America policing like these backward fucking countries for like, probably what it's done in most places of South America and things like this.
Okay.
What?
I got we. I'm sorry. I've got we. Give me 2 seconds.
All right. What? All right. What, shall I keep doing my monologue? Okay, you've got me, chat. So I tend to think that America is better being the policeman in the world. And I worry about if we see, if nations like China and parts of the Middle East see that America stops being this, then what the repercussions will be around the world. And I can see Natman Prime say, SJJ, dude, no. Or whatever. But look, what are the alternatives? For all its blunders, somebody has to be the policeman. So I'm worried about this. I'm also I'm naturally concerned because I'm pro-Ukrainian about what is going to happen under a Trump presidency in Ukraine. Is Donald Trump effectively going to hand over half of Ukraine to Russia? Many people will say this is a good thing if he does that because it will end the war. But the trouble is that you can't trust Vladimir Putin to abide by his word, and it's like the best case scenario for Putin if they end the war now, because it's not going good for the Russians either way. So I am concerned about what he's going to do to Ukraine. Effectively will he reward the Russians for invading its neighbor by handing over the land that they've already conquered to Russia? I don't know. This is a genuine concern. But if you've read The Art of the Deal by Trump, then you can see the playbook that he's going to use. He'll go to the Ukrainians and he will say to the Ukrainians, I am going to stop all your weapons. You're not going to get any more weapons unless you come to the table. And then he's going to go to Putin and he's going to say to Putin, for instance, if you don't come to the table and agree terms now, I'm going to give them nukes, or I'm going to give them, whatever, F-65, whatever the latest plane is. I'm going to arm them to the teeth. This is the art of the deal. This is how I'll get both sides down and hammer out some kind of deal. And you never know what might actually happen. It's not setting stone as to whether Trump will give away half of Ukraine, because he might decide to arm Ukraine to the teeth, input them into NATO. You never know if Vladimir Putin isn't willing to take a loss as well. Who knows?
I think that is a good point, actually. I think I've read that in the 48 Laws of Power or something. But you should be a wild card. If people genuinely don't know what you're going to do next, you're in a great position of power. If you're unpredictable, then you've got more ability to negotiate. Essentially, if people are like, "Wow, Trump, he's a little bit crazy. What the fuck's he going to do next?" Then you can go to a country like Russia or Ukraine or whatever, and you can start pulling deals.
Touch your microphone.
Oh, fuck's sake!
That's
I will buy a computer this Christmas. I promise you. But if you've got a fixed agenda and everybody knows what it is and it's fixed in concrete, then people will be able to attack that. So I guess it's like being like the Mongols. I suppose it's like you're a moving force roaming around in the wilderness, and nobody knows who you are, where you are, what you're going to do next. Just wild and uncontrollable.
I've just lost my earphone. You're going to have to bear with me whilst I get some more earphones. I can't hear a word you're saying, so hold the show.
Fair enough. That is fair enough. I made you wait for me while I weed. Now I'm being punished for it. Oh man, I'm sorry. I don't think SJJ doesn't understand because he doesn't drink beer. He doesn't drink beer. Should we watch the Tommy Tard video? What do you think, guys? What do you think, guys, in the chat? Here we go. Here's Tommy Tard.
I'm an absolute Zionist, race-traiting, multicultural loving traitor. I'm an absolute Zionist, race-traiting.
In case you didn't get it the first time, what a fucking bell end. I mean, it wouldn't be a full show without undermining Tommy Robinson for the 150th time. But there you go, then the guy is a Zionist. He loves Israel. That's what he's doing. Oh, wow. SJJ, let me just mute you. Oh, peace. Whew, that was getting a bit noisy, wasn't it? Tommy Robinson, shilling for Israel one more time. Here we have, I don't really know what to make of this. I'm so bored of the Tory election. Why can't they just get this thing over and done with?
And how many of you would vote for Robert Jenrick? And how many of you might vote for Kemi Badenoch? There you have it. How many of you would vote for Robert?
Yeah, I mean, it's just why can't they get this thing done? Why? Is he reading a comment? Why can't they get this thing done? The election has been going on for God knows how many months. And we still don't have a new leader for the Conservative Party. And I don't know, man. I'm just getting bored of it. It's just totally ineffectual. They think it's intelligent for them to have this long debate, but it just long leadership debate. But it just actually makes the Conservative Party look stupid in the long run because it makes them look completely incompetent because it's taken them essentially 2 weeks to pick a new leader when they should have just gone boom, 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 done, and then boom, opposition to the Labour Party. So I mean, to me anyway, it just makes the Tory Party look just like this stupid organisation that's just flapping around in the wind. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of mixed. I have mixed opinion. I'm kind of fed up with talking about it because it's just why bother talking about it until the election is actually done? On the one hand, she's an African. I don't really want to go through the fucking humiliation of having an African leader of the Tory Party. But on the other hand, I kind of want the Tory Party to be destroyed by electing her because that will make reform better. So I guess if I'm going fully on board with the reform boat, then anything that's bad for my enemies is good for reform. So I guess it would be better if they voted for Kemi Badenoch, because that would make Nigel Farage stronger. But I don't know. I just don't really want to talk about it until it's actually happened. But there you go, guys. We've lost SJJ. SJJ is dead. He's been assassinated by Mossad. Let's have a look at some images of AI.
All right, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought are you just punishing me because I keep going for a wee?
No, I'm not. My Bluetooth earphones ran out, and then I was desperately looking for some others in a drawer, and I forgot to mute myself. Sorry, everybody.
Okay. I kind of accidentally segued back into Chinese AI porn.
Right.
So I don't know. This is not actually AI porn. This is drone porn.
Yeah.
But they're having these shows on a regular basis in China. Like if you live in Beijing, you can just watch this. Mm-hmm. And this is obviously a drone show, and it's cool, right? Can you see this in London? No. Why not? And the guy that made this tweet is basically just saying this is actually the Chinese declaring their superiority in the arena of drone warfare. Because if you can make drones do this, then you can program them to kill your enemy, right? So I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I think there's an element of truth to that. But nonetheless, like, China's doing cool drone technology, and in the meantime, we are not. Like, we're going down the shithole whilst China is doing this. So there you go.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of takes here, actually. I watch a show called The China Show, which hates on China, so I'm never quite sure what is true coming out of China. These guys' takes are that everything in China is like a facade, a fake, including like their economy, and definitely there's a lot wrong with China. But they make out that they fake a lot of their stuff. And that really, like, outside of Beijing and, like, say, whatever it is, Shanghai or wherever that industrial zone is, it's like third world shithole still. But definitely they're an advanced, they have advanced technology.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of convinced, like, I watched What If Alt His say something about it, and he basically said, like, do not be surprised if these ancient civilizations rise up again. Like, China has been doing China for a long, long fucking time. They are not a stupid group of people. They are not Africans. Chinese civilization. China's been around before England was around. I mean, put it that way. And it would not be inconceivable for them to drag themselves up out of the dirt and to reestablish themselves as a major global power. So, I mean, I think probably there's a lot of hype. Obviously, China got absolutely arse raped by communism.
Yeah.
And obviously, that is incredibly destructive to your country. And probably, in fact, definitely there is a lot that the Chinese are lying about. And definitely, if you go to certain parts of China, there's a lot of poverty and people eating dogs and grime and corruption and et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, biologically, they're not really that different to the Japanese. So, with the right political system, they should be able to become a superpower. So I don't know. I mean, I think it is on the cards that actually. I mean, funny enough, when I grew up, everyone was worrying about a giant, Chinese overpopulation. Now people are talking about Chinese population collapse because they're not having any kids. So it's swung all the way back in the other direction. So they're certainly not stable. but they're not stupid, and they are ancient. So I think they're going to be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be okay. It's whether they're like, superpower ready to challenge America or not. I think that is probably not true. From my understanding, they don't really have a deep water navy, and they're kind of isolationists at heart. So
yeah, they're not going to challenge America. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Economically, they want to. I don't think they want to do it militarily.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have their own natural resources. They don't have their own oil. They are dependent on Russia, basically, for their natural resources. So unless you have your own supply of natural resources, you are going to be dependent on the nations that do have natural resources, and that's it, dude. That's the modern world that we live in, essentially. I mean, America is powerful because it's got its own oil, and that's it. China is always going to be a little bit weak, a little bit dependent on Russia, and I think it can easily become a great, rich, wealthy nation. We're just going to see what happens. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. So there you go. So my God, I'm running out of steam here. 3 hours, 54 minutes.
Yeah. Well, let's land the plane in a minute. I'm a fan of Second World Asia. I've said this before. Obviously, I've been and lived in Thailand for a while.
Yeah.
This is what I call Second World Asia. So you have First World Asia, which is Japan, South Korea, and then parts of China are obviously First World. And then your Third World are your shitholes like Indonesia. I wouldn't ever want to go there. But Second World Asia has like an appeal to it. It has just the right amount of corruption so that like you can kind of get away with things. You can like get whatever medicines you want, or easy access to a doctor, and it's just the right level of corruption and easygoing life, so the state isn't oppressing you, and things are kind of on a a decent level of living. I kind of like it.
Yeah. Here's the retarded police section of the fucking stream, which seems really weird.
Touch your wire.
Hello.
Yeah, you
hear me? So this is the retarded police section of the stream. Here we have the police outside, and the guy runs out the window. They didn't think to put somebody out there. They're just like...
That's crazy.
How many of them are at the door? They're bashing the door in, and they're all fucking... like, they're all just standing there. Oh, man. Like, guys, the police, what a bunch of retards.
Sorry, in the chat, Natman Prime is saying state isn't oppressing you, China. What that? I'm talking about like in somewhere like.
Now I live in England, going up. UN estimates.
Hold on, it's all right.
Sorry, I can't expand screen without the volume turning on for whatever reason. Yeah, go on.
Somewhere like in Thailand, there are laws that are on the books, but they don't like charge you with them. So like people, you don't get charged for minor infractions. People like drive like one of the laws is that you must wear a helmet on a motorbike, but nobody does. But if you're like doing something wrong, the police will pull you over for not wearing the helmet. And it's like lots of these things. The state isn't always in your business.
Yeah.
That's
what people want. People want to live in a laid-back society. They don't want.
And this is the argument against authoritarianism. That I do believe, I'm one of the people that believes the natural progress of history is a boulder rolling down the hill towards like liberalism. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I tried to say to our guest on the show today, but he didn't seem to be getting it, but whatever. So here we have an angry white woman she's fucking had enough, dude.
What you're saying here, 68 million people now live in England, going up, UN estimates. At what stage does the panel and people think this country has had enough? That we should close the borders, completely close the borders, because it's got to the stage now there's no education, schooling infrastructure. It's enough. We are sinking. Surely someone's got to see common sense and say enough is enough. You've got people flooding into this country that cannot speak English. I've come from London. In the National Health Service, everything's written in different languages. How much is that costing? How much is it costing for the interpreters? Sorry, madam. How much is it costing for the interpreters? I was in hospital last week. The interpreter never turned up for the people who couldn't speak English. She was paid. They all had to go on, and all the radiologists stood around doing nothing. What sort of country is allowing this? What sort of country is allowing this tourism to come in? You arrive in a plane, you get free service, you can have your babies, you can just carry on having it all for free. Why haven't they got points set up in the hospitals and you pay like you do in every other country you go to? You wouldn't turn up in America and be allowed to go for free.
She's had enough. She's had enough.
She can see all the symptoms.
Yeah. She's had enough. Yeah. She's fucking had enough. I was at work the other day, and the one of the girls turned around to me, and she's like, I'm not racist or anything, but my grandma's gonna freeze this Christmas because the fucking government's giving money to refugees. And I was just laughing. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, she's had enough. She's fucking had enough. Yeah, it's good. Well done, love. On BBC Question Time. I don't watch the television. I've never watched Question. Well, I have probably watched it, but yeah, BBC Question Time. What a legend! Bang on the money. I mean, she must have just slipped through the net. Like that was like a full-on rant on live TV. Well done.
Surprised they let her go on that long.
Yeah. Fucking had enough.
You talked about the Tommy March whilst I was finding my headphones, didn't you?
No, I just played a clip of Tommy Robinson saying that he's a cunt, basically.
All right, well, it's that Tommy March this weekend on Saturday.
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen?
What do I think's going to happen? I'm not very excited. I don't know. I'm just like, oh, here we go. Here it is.
Race traiting, multicultural loving traitor. I'm an absolute Zionist, race traiting, multicultural loving traitor.
Yeah, there's fucking. That's what I think about Tommy Robinson. So like, he's just stated it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I've always been a defender. I've always been like a cup half full when it comes to Tommy, but I'm just getting fucking tired of him. I'm getting tired of this. Like, can't we just talk about the Jews already? Like, this is the thing, unless you talk about the Jewish question, you will never get rid of Tommy Robinson. You'll never fucking get rid of him. He'll always just be there being an absolute cunt. And that's it, you know?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the neo-Nazis have hijacked the Jewish question, and so it just makes it very difficult for anybody to talk about it. But I don't know. There you go. 4 hours, guys. Do you want to watch from Margaret Thatcher? It's my new friend on the internet, Hari Krishna.
Are being taught, children who need to be taught to respect traditional moral values are being taught that they have an inalienable right to be gay. All of those children are being cheated of a sound start in life. Yes, cheated.
Good for you, Margaret. The UK government introduced Section 28, prohibiting the promotion of homosexuality by local authorities, including schools. The first anti-gay legislation to be introduced in over 150 years. God bless you, Margaret Thatcher. You were a good one. You were a good one.
Wait, wasn't that only in response to the National Front or something? I remember there being something about this. Somebody told me effectively this was only due to fear of the National Front or the BNP or something.
Oh, whatever. I mean, she did it. She did it, you know. So, credit where credit is due. This is kind of funny. This fucking dickhead.
But I don't need
you to say you've not paid your TV license.
But I don't need a TV license.
Yes, you do. You've got a TV.
Well, yes, I have a TV, but I don't watch live or anything like that.
It don't matter. You got BBC.
You got a license for that? You fucking bellend. Imagine this being your job. Jesus Christ.
See on your TV.
Well, yeah, but I don't watch it. I watch Netflix. I watch YouTube, Amazon.
You still have to pay your TV license.
I watch Bruce in SJJ every Thursday at 7 o'clock. Fucking dickhead.
So you have to let me in the show.
I can't. I'm not going to let you in my house just to see that. I don't need to pay it. All I do is watch Netflix, YouTube, and Amazon. That doesn't mean I have to pay it.
See on your TV.
You're on my property, and I need you to leave.
I need to put this through your letterbox.
Anyway, whatever. It's such a dickhead.
Yeah. I support this man. I support
what?
the TV. I support the BBC. I think we need to keep hold of the BBC. I don't think we should tear it down. I think we should keep hold of it as an institution, so that when we come to power, we can take it over and use it to our ends.
What the fuck?
It's this.
Okay,
I thought we talked about this.
No, fair enough. I actually we
the
talked
soft
about this
power
before.
of the BBC is massive.
I agree with you on the BBC question.
It has to be funded.
Kept. It should be kept. But fuck the BBC license. Like, fuck that. Just take it out of my taxes. It costs about 10 billion a year.
Yeah, real.
We've got a 1 trillion budget in this country.
Yeah.
So that's roughly 1% of the budget is the BBC. And take it out of my taxes. Like just fucking don't give me this cunt that comes around to my house and knocks on my door.
Yeah, there must be so much money wasted. By all this,
oh my god!
Employing people like this.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. It's just you're just pissing people off. Essentially, you are just pissing people off by sending them letters and sending retarded idiots like this to go around their house and etc. etc. It's dumb. It's just fucking. It's dumb. Don't do it. But that's it. That's all I've got on my Twitter. Unless you got some funny. Are we not doing the Nick segment anymore? That's what everyone's waiting for. I mean, he's renounced, hasn't he? He's renounced.
I said last week, don't be sad that it's over. Be glad that it happened, because there really is no Nick news this week.
Yeah.
So
we won. It's a flawless victory. We won, and Nick has renounced Islam, and he's gone back to interviewing hippie chicks and covering music news.
Yeah. Now, whether or not this the Tommy March is going to happen this Saturday, whether or not this will set Nick off, I'm kind of hoping it will. And I've got to be honest, like Schadenfreude or whatever you call it. We don't know if Nick will get triggered by the antics this weekend or not, but the only quick thing that I can share about Nick is here.
We do have a Nick segment.
No, it's just this. That he says the two positions of Western secular atheism embraces, whilst 99% of all culture and religions in recorded history reject. 1, we live on a spinning ball. So he's coming out as a flat earther. And 2,
he is a flat earther. Yeah, he's a high IQ flat earther like me.
Right. And 2, demons and fairies are nonsense. So he's coming out in favour of flat earth and demons and fairies. So
he said demons and fairies are nonsense. That's him going against demons and fairies.
Yes, he's in favour of flat earth and demons and fairies.
No, but if he says demons and fairies are nonsense, he's against them. He's saying they're nonsense.
No. He's saying that liberal atheism rejects demons and fairies and spinning balls.
Well, I'm on his side. I'm on Nick Codden's side. I believe in demons and fairies, and I believe in flat Earth. So well done. Nick Codden is a high IQ Anglo, and he gets it. Oh, it's Halloween. Fuck, dude, 4 hours, and we haven't talked about Halloween.
Yeah.
We should say something right at the end of the show. I'm kind of tired. I mean, I don't know. What do you want to say?
Trick or treat.
Say something profound. We could do this. We haven't played this yet.
What? You're not sharing anything.
Sorry,
you're still sharing mine.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. That's what happens when you drink. Here we go. Try it again. So there you go. Anyway, there's some kids. They love the king. They like it. They don't know anything about politics, but they instinctively like the idea of a king because they think it's kind of cool somehow.
Yeah.
And they managed to out chant the fucking retarded adults who think they're clever and they're calling for a republic. The children know better. The instincts of the children are superior to the instincts of the adult. The children instinctively know king good, king kind of medieval and ancient, and we like it because it's kind of we don't understand it, but we like it. They get it. So well done, children of Australia or New Zealand or whatever fucking country it is. I forget where the king's been visiting, but good job for you. You supported the king and you managed to out-chant those stupid, retarded, lesbian, homosexual Republicans.
Yep. Right, let's land this plane. Let's do it.
Oh, we're not doing 5 hours.
5. we need to bring... I was going to say we need to bring this stream back to a more sensible 2 hours or so.
I know, it's kind of hard. There's 2 people. There's no Tharium. Where's Tharium? I want everyone in the chat. 30 people.
I know.
Send a message to
Can't get the
Tharium.
staff or what? What's going on? These Zoomers.
It is tough. It is tough.
They're work shy.
So end the stream, land the stream. Happy Halloween, Celtic Festival. We love the Irish. I mean, I could do a whole section on it, but we've been speaking for 4 hours and I'm kind of exhausted. But maybe we'll talk about it more next week. But yeah, that's it. I enjoyed that. It was a fun stream.
Yeah. Is it election day next week that we stream on? US election? Let me just check.
Oh, fuck me. Really?
No, next week. Next Thursday's Halloween. Next Thursday, 31st.
What the fuck is the date today? Am I just utterly retarded?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not Halloween. Can we just erase that from the internet?
I thought you meant it's coming up in the next week.
That's what I was saying. It's coming up next week.
Right.
Next week will be the Halloween special.
Yes, okay. So we stream on the 31st.
Fucking hell, I'm so dumb.
And the American election is on...
Do you think we could get what's her name? Presley on for the Halloween special? Or does she hate me now?
No, I don't think she hates you.
Oh, well, maybe we could because if it is Halloween, that would be essentially we need the Wicca ghost witch girl to talk about.
Apparently, I ruined her Hat Man story. I'd never heard of this Hat Man. So some people who listened to the stream said SJ because I told a story of seeing a guy in a hat when I was a baby, but people told me I ruined her story, and it's like, oh no. Anyway, maybe she could tell us a horror story of the Hat Man again.
Yeah, I'd like to know the story.
So next Thursday
Halloween
will be Halloween special on the 31st, and then we won't stream before the American election again after that. So we'll have to have a look at the election again next week a little.
Well, I think Living the Dream has summed it up. Halloween, Yank election, same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's it.
We might know who's probably going to win by then because a lot of the early voting will be in. So
yeah, it is very interesting though. I have to say, being a veteran of the meme war, the great meme war of 2016, the hype just isn't there. It's just 2016 was genuinely a very special time in history where there was just like a massive amount of just political energy, like fucking in the air, and it was intense, and people were willing to die for Trump. And the energy just is. I mean, I want him to win, but like the mad kind of like the mad energy has gone. It's just not there anymore, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you miss 2016, then I don't know. It sucks, bro. But there you go. It's kind of like a once in a lifetime political event, I suppose.
Yeah. At the very least, we need to see part 2 of this movie. So if you're American, go and vote for Trump. Of course. Otherwise, we won't know what might happen. We just won't know.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, anyway.
That's it, and that's the end. I don't feel like the show's ended without Nick, but without Nick, I don't know what to say.
Your wire's gone again. Sorry, dude.
I'm gonna touch my wire this Christmas. Get a new computer. And thank you, everyone. When are you going to read the super chats? We don't have any super chats. I don't think I can get them. I think you need to have 1,000 subscribers. So everybody, like the stream, share the stream.
It's still crazy that you get like twice the views that you have subs. How do we convert these fucking people?
Yeah, it's definitely some kind of shadow. I don't like to talk about shadow banning because it just makes you sound like a whingy cunt on the internet.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm being shadow banned. That's why nobody watches me. But it's got to be something like that. It's got to be because it's very abnormal. Because you look at most other channels, the views that they get on the live stream will be half or a third of their subscribers, and for me to have like more view on a regular basis, more views on a live stream than I have subscribers, it's just really strange.
Yeah.
It is really strange. But anyway, that is what it is. Don't really care.
Just while we're talking shop, what we ever going to do, just let's talk about this in front of everybody. If like, say you get a ban because you can't tell people who just watch you on YouTube, are we going to do the show on my channel for that week? Or what? Or miss a week?
Yeah, probably do it on your channel. Yeah.
So if we do it on my channel, people, you need to be aware. You wouldn't, unless you're following us on Twitter, you can't communicate when you're banned. That's one of the bad things. You can't communicate to your audience. So that's probably what we'll do then in that scenario, because it's going to happen at some point. I mean, it's just a game, isn't it? Going to get a week ban at some point.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go, guys. Like, anybody wants to come on the show, open source show, and 4 hours, dude. I think it was a good show. I enjoyed that. I think it was okay. I think we did okay. Yeah, I'm all done now. I'm gonna watch the movie.
Big Tech for coming on.
Thank you, Big Tech. God bless you.
Important that we get guests. Helps us network.
Yeah.
Now, like, the ball now is because Big Tech is friends with Adam Green and like Thomas Barden Reese, and a few other people. So the ball's now like in their court to step up.
Well, I'm thoroughly disappointed that Adam Green is not actually a Norse pagan. So I'm just kind of like, this is blown. I don't know, man. Like, it's just like it's kind of wrecked that for me a little bit, to be honest with you. Because it's just like, now he just wants to tear down Christianity, but he doesn't have anything to offer. He doesn't have any carrot. It's all stick. So it's like, okay.
Yeah. That's the problem with, like, the UK is a perfect example of Christianity having been torn down and you see nothing left in its place.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, we're all deracinated.
You got to replace it with something, dude. Anyway, Lenny Henry, you need a plan, boys. Keep this stream going. It's a godsend. Well, love you too, Lenny. Good for you, mate. I remember Lenny Henry from fucking Live Aid, because he was a black dude and he married that fat white girl.
Yeah.
And then they did like the comedy relief thing and he snogged somebody on air live.
What?
Yeah, it was like a big thing in the 90s, like a big celebrity drama. Because he married that she was part of like a comedy duo, and like fat white girl, and then
Dawn
like
French.
Dawn French, and they were doing like Red Nose Day, and he literally just snogged somebody. He literally just like cheated on his wife live on air. And then the BBC cut back and it's got like Dawn French's face. She's just like standing there and just like, what the fuck? And then I think she snogged somebody later on. It was like total Yeah,
Wow.
television carnage before the age of the internet. It's great.
She probably got a couple of black eyes later.
Yeah, fucking Lenny Henry. I never thought he was funny. I just never thought he was
No.
funny. He's always just like ha, 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 laughing at his own jokes and just acting like a monkey, basically.
Yeah, Premier Inns are okay though.
Dawn French is a West Country girl, was she? Oh man,
She did a show mocking Christianity.
that makes it even worse.
Vicar of Dibley.
Yeah, but it didn't really feel anti-Christian. It just felt kind of like an in joke, like sort of making fun of Christianity, but not in a nasty way, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing about humor, isn't it? It's like it's healthy to laugh at yourself, but then like when somebody else is laughing at you, it's kind of like, well, are they kind of laughing with me at myself, or are they making fun at me of a malicious way, in a malicious way? It's like a fine line. And I guess like if you're an ethno-state, you can laugh at yourself and it's fine. But if you're a mixed race country, then when you're laughing at yourself, then it turns out to be the minority laughing at the majority, and it turns into something weird and nasty.
From my memory as well, so I've seen a few of them. They kind of did like the Star Trek thing. So like they'd have like I know, ridiculing, it'd be jokes all the way through or whatever, but then at the end it'd like come together in like a wholesome moment. So it wasn't so bad in that way. So, you know, like might be jokes about, I know, the Fat Vicar ruining Christmas or whatever with all the drunks around for the Christmas like meal or whatever, but at the end there'd be like some wholesome moment where they bring it all back. So it wasn't so bad.
Yeah, it reminds me of I never watched it that much, so I don't really know what you're saying, but it kind of reminds me of oh fuck, what was that movie from the 80s with Bill Murray in it? Groundhog Day.
Yes.
Because I saw Quentin Tarantino talk about this on a YouTube video. He was basically saying that in the 80s that was the comedy method, in that you would have a character and he'd be like a little bit grumpy or whatever, and then he'd go through this challenge, and at the end of the movie he wouldn't be grumpy anymore and he'd be like happy and more down to earth, essentially, more with the people, less elitist, and that was the comedy of that was how the films worked. It like had a happy ending, but it was also just like Groundhog Day specifically. It's Bill Murray. He starts off as an American weatherman who's a city boy, doesn't like he doesn't like the countryside. He calls them all a bunch of hicks and hillbillies and this, that, and the other. And the girl that he likes is like, she's like, oh, they're so nice. They just sing and they dance. And he's like, yeah, they're just a bunch of fucking rednecks. And then he's like forced to undergo the same day again and again and again. And his first attempt to escape from the day is to seduce the girl, but she cannot be seduced by him. And so then he kind of like gives up, relaxes, and then all of a sudden he like finds his heart, and he ends up loving the people of the town and rescuing them and becoming part of their community. And then the girl falls in love with him. And then he breaks free from Groundhog Day. And then right at the end of the movie, when he's got the girl, he says to her, oh, we'll move in here. Let's move to this small town, this small... Yeah. Totally. By the way, there's not a single black guy in the entire movie. Let's move to this small white American town with a small community, and let's live here and raise our children here and fall. So essentially, the entire movie is about him falling in love with rural America. It's beautiful. It's actually genuinely beautiful. It's a great film. So there you go.
Yeah, a moral message at the end is what like finishes everything off, makes you go away feeling, I know, complete, don't you? So
yeah, happy, You know, and you could go back even further into the history of cinema, and they used to make movies which were called weepies, right? They like man, Christmas is coming up. What is that Christmas movie with the guy, and he jumps off a bridge? The Wonderful Life. Well, somebody in the chat remind me, what the fuck is the name of that movie? Like the guy, he's really unhappy. I think it is called It's a Wonderful Life. He's really unhappy. He jumps off a bridge, tries to commit suicide, is rescued by an angel, and is shown, you know, how his hometown would look if it wasn't for him. You know, if he'd never married his wife, if he never had children, if he never built all the houses he had, and etc., etc. And he's shown all of that, and then he regrets trying to commit suicide. Very classic Hollywood movie, again, about embracing the local community, embracing rural America, and you know, not like rejecting or not feeling bad for missing out on the urban dream of being rich or whatever, just embracing the small community and the family and all of that. And he learns his lesson. He learns, but it's a weepy. I'm actually genuinely feeling sad, even just sitting here and talking about it. Like, but I watched this movie. Like, I forced my family to watch it like 10 years ago, and all the girls were crying. Everyone cries. They watch this movie and they just fucking cry, you know.
Yeah.
And It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, there it is. It's in the chat. But it's great classic American movie, which is designed to make you cry. The directors knew exactly what they were doing. It was a weepy, and there was a stage in American cinema where they knew how to make the audience cry because the audience was capable of it. They're not. I don't think they're capable of it anymore because they're not in touch with their emotions. You know, it's a different America. The heart has gone. It's quite sad.
Yeah, I don't watch movies. I can't get through them. The last movie that I watched, I think, was half of E.T. last Christmas. The last half of it. So I didn't even see the start. But anyway,
I watch movies in two halves. But yeah, I'll watch one half and the next half the next day. I do that all the time. But nonetheless, I mean, I think the old black and white movies are beautiful. Like, you'll see what I said earlier on in the stream, like we're talking about Kamala Harris, how her voice is, it's kind of like whiny, and I'm just like a whiny American, and my voice is kind of like sounds like this. The women, when they speak in the old black and white movies, they don't sound like that. They don't have that kind of bitchy, gay, whiny sound. They have a more like, I'm a deep voice and I'm kind of like speaking from the heart like this. It's a different tone of voice. It's more enticing. You know, they literally sound different. They literally physically sound different. It's very remarkable if you notice it. Anyway, there you go. Yeah. Bring back old America. I'm sad that our guest didn't recognize that, and he wants the utopian robotic dream. But anyway, whatever.
Look, it's important to talk to these people and see these radical, different points of view.
Yeah,
you can't.
It was entertaining.
Yeah, you can't always have your porridge lukewarm every single week. Okay.
Yes, I want. So the challenge is out there now, SJJ, for you to sweet talk Presley because I think I upset her. so now you need to demonstrate your riz, get her on for the Halloween special to talk about fairies. We don't mind if she's late, and
right.
I think she will shine. It's her time to shine. It's time to shine for Celtic witch girl.
Yeah.
And any more girls that we can, I don't know, we'll try. But anyway, like, anybody in the chat, you want any guests, like, find your most mystic crystal girl that you can, and we'll try and do like the hippie girl Halloween special next week. But it's been a great stream. 4 hours 27 minutes.
By the way, last announcement. If you're in America, This show is probably going to be at a different time next week because our clocks go forward, is it, at the weekend? And yours don't. So this show will either be at it might be 3 p.m. Eastern instead of 2 p.m. Eastern, okay? There you go. You have to check.
Who are you? Who is Lenny Henry? I'm slightly suspicious. Maybe contact me on Twitter if you want to come on. I'm slightly suspicious of who you are. But anyway, been a great stream.
All right, let's land the plane. Let's go.
God bless AI. God bless Elon Musk.
Thanks, everybody.
God bless the flat Earth. Good night.